Good morning, everyone. It is day 3, the final day of NEARCON. I hope you had a great time the first 2 days. I hope you had a great breakfast. You've had a chance to look at all our booths at the Gamers Lounge, and that you participated in yesterday's Sweatcoin token generation event. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we're talking about oracles. Oracles on Near and the need for on-chain data. And speaking to us today is Lindsey Crawford from Proximity Labs. And she will be moderating a panel with Jasper the Gooijer from Flux Protocol, Mike Cahill from Pyth Data Association, and Mitch Gildenberg from Switchboard. Welcome.
Good morning, good morning. Thanks for coming to learn a little bit about oracles on Near. So with me, I have Jasper from Flux, Mike Cahill from Pyth Data Association, and Mitch Goldberg from Switchboard. So Mike, let's start off with a little intro and background on you.
Yeah, sure. So I had a traditional finance career for about 15 years. I worked at Morgan Stanley and a couple of other trading firms in FX. And then I moved over to Jump Crypto, where I started working on partnerships, and that got me into joining the board of the Pyth Data Association, where I help the entity drive the development and the advancement of the Pyth network.
Awesome. And Jasper?
So I have more of a traditional startup founder background. Dropped out of college to start my first business. That was involving a lot of data analytics, building on the Facebook API. But I always call Facebook the original ruggers. They kept changing the API on you. We were unable to build sustainable products, kept having to plug holes over being able to innovate. And that's what attracted me to crypto in the first place, taking a technical deep dive into the immutability of smart contracts and the fact that once an interface is there, you'll be able to interact with it forever. Started building products in crypto, worked on Ethereum scalability for a while, and yeah, built a bunch of products on both ETH and Near.
Awesome. And Jasper?
Jasper.
Oh,
if you want to go again, though, that's fine.
Start it over.
Yeah, start over. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually a computer security engineer by trade. I was at Google for about 5 years. I was a tech lead on App Engine for a majority of that time. But I had a friend that was very deep into the Solana space originally. We built an Oracle protocol there, and we actually just passed 1 billion transactions on Solana, and we're doing a big multi-chain push to really serve more of the DeFi markets cross-chain.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So question number 1 for you, Mike. What are your views on what oracles should do when there's a wide dispersion of prices on various exchanges?
Cool. Good question. So Pyth Network has been around for about 1.5 years, and it has a novel way to bring prices on chain. They're streamed directly from the data providers. The data providers consist of exchanges and trading firms mostly. They're all considered first party, so they've got the legal rights to redistribute them or to distribute them. And they push the data. It creates a benchmark, and those benchmarks are distributed. Along with the benchmark's price itself, there's something called the confidence interval. And this is designed to include the dispersion when you've got disagreements on where the price is. So at any given point, an exchange in, say, South Korea may have a different price than Binance would have on Bitcoin. And this is widely known as kind of the kimchi premium. But there's other reasons why you'll have dispersion. So if you've got withdrawals withdrawals or deposits which are locked on a particular exchange, you usually will see that kind of come out of line. So this gets combined in the Pyth network, and we end up getting this kind of benchmark price. And then during volatility, you say, all right, this confidence interval actually represents the span with which you can reasonably expect any price to print. So you get this consolidation, because all the trading firms will use their smart order routers to figure out, all right, this is where we expect the price to be. And then this confidence interval, which spans everything. And it works out really well. And what you can use as a protocol is you can look at this confidence interval and you can say, all right, I'm going to limit the decision-making criteria I want to take given the high volatility on a particular price. So it's worked really well with the depegging of UST. The Pyth price continued to publish for Luna, and the applications were able to kind of use that and make their decisions a little bit smarter.
Super helpful. And with Jasper, how do you actually prevent against Oracle manipulation?
There's multiple ways to do it. I think the most interesting way to look at it is within the context of a third-party Oracle versus a first-party Oracle, where you have a network of validators that you have queried the data for a certain protocol at the endpoints that are selected by said protocol. There's multiple ways to do it, right? Like you can take a page out of the proof of stake book and build a proof of stake system with staking and slashing mechanisms in order to incentivize correct behaviors. There is optimistic oracles that have these dispute resolution mechanisms built in order to have more game theoretic security mechanism at the cost of higher latency for data requests. We have sort of like a hybrid model for the next version of Flux, where we have a proof of stake system and a backstop of centralized relayers. So there is this decentralized consensus network that queries data for the protocols that want access to certain endpoints. And in parallel, there will be relayers querying the same data request, providing the same computation on set data. And then, just like with Pyth, there's some sort of like trust assumptions that can be held from that, and then it's up to the protocol to choose how they want to deal with the potential variation in prices or data.
Got it. And Mitch, which data feeds are you most excited to publish?
Yeah, so the whole model that Switchboard approaches data feeds in is that we are completely permissionless. You know, we think that permissionless finance needs permissionless data. So we actually offer a whole no-code solution for people to spin up any data feed they want less than 5 minutes. And we originally built this with the strong market towards prediction markets. We thought bringing any data on chain could open up a whole new set of use cases just for blockchain in general. So I think prediction markets still have a lot of growth that we haven't seen yet. And I think for that long-tail data that maybe doesn't have a huge demand overall, but a lot of people could make these really niche data feeds that are only for their own use cases is something that's got a lot of exploration left.
Got it. And specifically, what use cases are they enabling?
What use cases are enabling? Well, I think that if you say want to bet on a sports game, you know, any sports book you want to put on chain, it can be done very easily without having to do these long-lived data feeds. So a lot more ephemeral data, things that are event-based, could really be popularized with this type of model.
And Jasper, what's your approach to the number of Oracle validators?
Yeah, so within our network, there's different types of validator roles. We have main chain validators. That's OK if it's a large group of validators that doesn't really hold back scalability. But for the data requests themselves, a random subset of these validators is selected, and those perform the actual querying of the data request. Otherwise, you could get into a situation where every query almost launches sort of like a denial of service attack, which is something you obviously want to avoid as an Oracle. Yeah, the more validators you have, the smaller the chance that somebody will be picked as a validator, the more difficult it is to perform a 51% attack. But yeah, it's a fine line that you have to. For us, it's DAO parameters that can be set by token holders.
So you'd say that's how you keep it balanced, or are there other ways that you keep everything balanced within this?
Sorry?
Is that how you keep this balanced? Is that through the DAO?
Yeah. So that's a way to at least be able to make it configurable. But we've played around with it, and it's dependent on just the what type of numbers you're talking about, what type of API you're talking about. Yeah.
And then another one for you, Jasper. What's the game theory for Oracle projects in a multi-chain world?
What do you mean?
So can a great Ethereum Oracle, for instance, also be the dominant choice on another base layer?
Yeah, I mean, so that really, what you choose as a base layer doesn't really matter. The only thing is that if you choose an expensive base layer, such as Ethereum, the user ends up paying for it, and the data is going to be slower. So what you choose in sort of like the hub and spokes model of a cross-chain Oracle as your hub is very important. Could be ETH, but for us, it's going to be Near. So we're using a Near shard to do checkpointing, staking, validator selection, that type of actions. And then from there, we use a bridging network to bridge it over to other chains. So would I advise you to build it on ETH? No. Is it possible? Yes.
And then Mike, as far as the future of oracles, what do you see 2 to 5 years down the road?
It's a good question. So far, we've seen like Web3 has kind of gravitated to 2 main use cases. One has been DeFi, and one has sort of been NFTs, and that's still very early and yet to be figured out what the actual use case is. Most of the consumption for oracles has been on has been on DeFi, and largely within crypto assets. What we think will happen is DeFi will continue to grow. It'll expand beyond crypto, and it'll include real-world assets, and that's where the real value of oracles comes in, because a lot of the crypto assets you can get some data on-chain, although it's a lot easier to game when it's on-chain. Using an Oracle service to link together off-chain data is actually much more robust. But we expect that this will expand, and other asset classes will start to have some utility. We're pretty optimistic that there'll be other use cases that we haven't really thought of, so we're going to focus within Pyth on expanding to all the market data that you could potentially ever want to use on DeFi and create this huge supply that builders can then take and build something. Mitch is saying that has said that they're finding a lot of utility within the sports data, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So I can see that being an area where we'd see a lot of growth. People have oftentimes come up with prediction markets. I don't know that those are necessarily going to be super, super popular, but I could see something like that coming about. And then there's all the kind of long tail of like weather options that a farmer might be able to use in a third world country that they haven't had access to in the past. I think those are possible, but I think they'll still remain very niche. So I think it'll be kind of a power law style distribution where the big use case is mostly DeFi will take up the large majority of usage, and then there'll be kind of niche products for other things.
And then, Jasper, what are your thoughts on the future of oracles?
I think that a decentralized ecosystem deserves a truly permissionless and decentralized data source as well. I think it's sort of, if we look at it, a lot of people think that the Oracle problem seems unsolvable and have sort of given up on it. If you look at a lot of the projects using a lot of the oracles that are out there today, a lot of them sort of give up on it and just like, they just agree that this is just the way it is over the fact that there might be something better, a better solution. And I find it very cool to be surrounded by people that also want to build towards that future. And then regarding sort of like the types of data that I find very interesting, what I think the utility of oracles is going to be. So we've always explained what we're trying to build here as the HTTP for Web3, a cross-chain data standard that allows you to query any data from any smart contract. So it should be able to be anything, but I'm very passionate. Like I entered the space actually building a prediction market because I was passionate about the idea of long-tail derivatives. So the farmers won, but also we actually started off with startup derivatives, so allowing people to go long or short on certain startup milestones, like funding rounds, that type of stuff. That's stuff that I would love to see. For me, it was sort of like a pain point that it got hijacked by sports betting immediately, like as soon as we built our prediction market, which is something I'm not as passionate about. But I'm very excited about the sort of like the possibility of like derivatives on anything, basically, right? Like you see a lot of projects trying to build real-world assets on chain. which I don't think is the way to go for crypto at all. I think the way to go is actually to use off-chain data, which is also almost like a real-world asset, in order to create derivatives of those things that they want to basically have exposure to.
And Mitch, what's your take on 5 years from now in the Oracle space?
Yeah, so I think 5 years from now, there'll be, I don't think the Oracle problem is going to be solved. I think there is going to be an increased amount of customizability, which is, of course, the direction that we're taking. I think that no Oracle provider can actually predict the downstream use cases or volume that any data feed really needs to be supported by. So actually letting the user configure all of that and actually configure the risk reward for the oracles that they're using is going to be the ultimate goal. So I think there's a world where every person making a data feed chooses the integrity of the data they're bringing on chain.
And then, Mitch, some oracles have utility tokens, some do not. What's your perspective on this?
Yeah, I think you have to have a justifiable use case to make a utility token. We use native tokens for all the chains that we are supporting currently, and it actually makes gas cost calculation a pretty clear cut, because the people making data feeds are actually the one funding all the updates supplied by the Oracle. So if you want to actually decide when Oracles have proper incentive to provide an update to a data feed, you need to know what reward you're giving the Oracle versus how much gas they're paying. And it's much easier if there's a one-to-one conversion rather than converting the token than converting to native token. So as long as it's a clear benefit for making a utility token, I am pro it, but we have a lot of positive benefits of using a native token currently.
Great. And Mike, what's your take on that as far as oracles having a utility token or not?
Yeah, so if you just take Web 2 data or look at Web 2 data, the biggest difference between that and like what I would consider Web 3 data or Oracle data is that the Oracle data should be secured. And so the proof of stake network is a really good analogy. That's what Pyth will be using. Each one of the data providers will be required to stake. There's a native token for Pyth in order to do that. And then there's the benefits of rewarding for good behavior and penalizing for bad behavior. That makes the entire system more robust over the long term. I think that's the right model for oracles, because if you don't have this reward mechanism, you have free rider problems. You also have a whole host of other areas where you could be attacked. And so over time, the greater that stake becomes, the more secure that data is. And there's one kind of unique way that the Pyth model has been positioned. If there's a major Oracle malfunction or a black swan event, as we've written about in the white paper, you can actually bid out the amount that gets slashed to consumers. So basically, they can pay this premium so that in the event of this black swan event, they can receive this slash stake. And so it actually gives them some consolation on being extra secure.
Got it. And then Jasper, for you as well, what's your perspective on token or no token?
Yeah, I think that a lot of crypto networks, and that's what we're talking about here, we're talking about Oracle networks, need a sandboxed environment that's reflexive based on the performance of that network. So I think it's very important to have a sandboxed economy in the shape of a token that represents how well the network's doing, and also that's being used to reward good actors and punish bad actors. I think that's a great point. And then it's meant for security. I get the insurance model as well, but that's how I see it for Oracle specifically.
And specifically, I guess going back to the start for you, Mike, what really made you passionate about getting into the Oracle space? What drove you here?
Yeah, we were analyzing the problem and looked at some of the existing solutions, and we didn't think that they could scale. And so my kind of take on it is that the model of taking data from the internet as like a third party, either from scraping or kind of signing up to APIs, it works obviously well in the early days, but it has some limitations. And we think that those limitations will cause problems as more and more millions of people get into kind of the crypto world. One of the problems is if you're not getting the data first party, then you're limited to the selection of information that is available to that third party. So you wouldn't be able to get confidence intervals, for instance, and you might actually be throttled in the terms of number of updates that you get. So certain intermediaries like to throttle to only have, say, one update per minute or every, say, 10 seconds. So that's one constraint. And the other constraint actually comes out to on the legal side of things. If you want to bring highly regulated market data feeds on chain, you have to be very mindful about the intellectual property ownership. So Pyth supports US equities, and that's a market that in the traditional space, market data for US equities is in like the $5 to $10 billion a year revenue business. And so if you just go take that data and bring it on chain, the person who's making that money is not going to be thrilled. So when we were thinking about it, we thought, well, how do you solve for this kind of problem? And if you solve for this really well, then you'll cover all these other asset classes. And we went kind of down this Airbnb approach, which is create a place where anyone who's got data that's lying around can contribute to a benchmark price. And so that's why the composition of data providers for Pyth is not just exchanges, but it's trading firms. And it's the largest trading firms in the world. So there's Jump, Jane Street, Susquehanna, DRW, HRT, and so on. They've historically just been consumers of market data, and they've bought it. But they actually have tremendous amounts of data that they can use to contribute. And so the Pyth network was designed to unlock these kind of spare resources that were just sort of sitting idle and sort of make them available.
And Jasper, for you, what launched you into the Oracle space?
Yeah, a couple things. So the thing that made me want to solve for it was that we were building, like I said, in a prediction market space, and initially we were just not very pleased with the security of some of the sort of the available oracles at that time. We took a deep dive and we found that there was a lot of the security that was promised was pretty much obscured and not very public, that there wasn't any security. And then the other alternatives were just too slow for us to use. So we were looking at a better solution, and that's when we started diving into the space. And while doing that, we realized that actually most of DeFi today is not decentralized, because the data source is most of the time pretty centralized at this point, which in my world, or like in my view, means that the oracle, the centralized oracle, actually holds custody over your funds, because they have the ability to rug you if they wanted to, which is something that goes against my principles, or the principles of DeFi in general. Like that's the one thing I love about it. It's like the idea of being your own bank and being able to hold full custody over your funds, and knowing that a system will act according to the rules that it was designed to do, based on math and science instead of trust assumptions, right? So yeah, that's a problem we wanted to solve for, and that's a problem that we're working on right now.
Awesome. And what about you? I know we only have a few minutes left, Mitch, but
we could cut it still. Kind of in line with what Jasper was saying. I wanted to build this as a sort of need for things that I was interested in building myself. Before I actually started this switchboard here, I actually made another program that scraped Instagram for finding most popular locations in certain cities. And it was very cool because my cousin was actually running a butter business at the time. I found him the most popular bakeries in LA. And I think having available data enables a whole new set of applications to be built on different platforms. So we saw a need to build a very customizable Oracle, originally on Solana and Near with overwhelming requests. So we want to build, support those builders in the next generation of applications, because they need the data to really build all these new solutions. I know there's a big social push for Near right now, and I think that there's many, many use cases that we could help with there.
Awesome. Well, Mitch, Jasper, Mike, thank you guys so much for lending us your expertise this morning. Everyone, enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this insightful session on oracles on Near. Next up, we have Mark Collier and Polina Aladina from OnMachina, who will be talking about the data storage quandary. Welcome.
Right. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, everyone. Nice to see people actually come to this talk after all the parties yesterday. That's nice. All right. So my name is Polina, and this is Mark. Mark has a vast experience in cloud ecosystem of Web2 and mostly in OpenStack.
Yeah, and Polina has a deep expertise in cryptographic math and studied it in the university, and so we are bringing together Web 2 and Web 3 to do some interesting stuff in storage. So we're going to talk about it this morning. Thank you all for coming. So I want to start with a little trivia question for all of you. Pop quiz, wake everybody up. So this quote was once upon a time said by the CEO of Amazon at the time. And he made this bold claim that 95% of all technology spending was still on premises, not even in the cloud yet. So what year do you all think this quote was from? Does anyone want to guess? Polina, do you want to guess?
Well, we made this presentation together, so I can spoil it only.
OK, well, you're not eligible. OK, so this quote was actually from this year. And Andy Jassy, CEO of Amazon, said this on CNBC, the giant business network. So why would he actually say this? Well, I think in particular on CNBC, I think the message that he was sending to investors was, if you think Amazon and Amazon Web Services is big now, it's going to get much, much bigger, right? We're very early in the cloud game. It's been growing. Everybody's moving to the cloud. But Amazon Web Services can get 20 times bigger if they just maintain their market share as everything moves to cloud over the next several years, right? And so if we look at the actual market share breakdown in cloud, even at 5% of technology spending, it's still $180 billion. So it's a lot of money. It's a huge market. And as it grows 20 times bigger, it's going to be trillions of dollars. And if you think about cloud as this trend the last few years, it's really the biggest force for centralization ever in the history of humanity. And it's really an oligopoly today. So you have 2 or 3 players. If you just look at Amazon and Microsoft together, that's more than half the market. So it's almost a duopoly, right? So it's a massive force for centralization. And if we extrapolate that out and see where we're going in a few years, if all of technology that we rely on for the global economy is in the hands of a platform owned by 2 or 3 companies. Personally, I don't think that's a very optimistic future. That's not the future that I think is going to be the best for all of us. And it's certainly, if you care about decentralization, this is not a great thing. And so what does that actually mean, right, for blockchain? Why should you care if you're into the crypto space?
Yeah, the problem becomes that half of the Bitcoin Lightning Network nodes are actually hosted on Amazon Web Services. Even more than that, if you go to Amazon website trying to get a node running, you will see that it actually says on their website that 25% of all the Ethereum workloads are also run on Amazon Web Services. And that's kind of becoming the problem that big companies make it super easy to host the nodes on their websites, and then you can just go make it work. Rather than having your own service rack and have your node and special dedicated computer to run it, you can just do it in a couple steps on these great companies. And yeah, actually, why would that be a problem? Such a nice user experience, right? So here we see a tweet of founder of Tornado Cash. This is very recent, actually, August this year. So if you're not familiar with Tornado Cash, this is one of the most used mixers in Ethereum network. They're EVM compatible. Maybe there are on other chains as well, but Ethereum is the biggest one. And yeah, what you can do with Tornado Cash, you can send the money in, you receive a receipt, you generate absolutely new address, and you can withdraw your money in small chunks. So it's actually a money laundering, but it's also a privacy and anonymity tool. So for example, Vitalik used this to donate money to Ukraine in an anonymous way, so no one can actually track his wallets. So yeah, and they just started at 2019. That was his first run on the Ethereum network. On 2020, they actually launched a DAO, and all the founders have no longer access to any of the treasury or actually the protocol itself. Like the DAO can vote on all of the updates, can vote on money withdrawals, and so on in case of emergencies. And on August this year, let me actually quote it. The Office of Foreign Assets Control of the U.S. Department of the Treasury blacklisted Tornado Cash, making it illegal for United States citizens, residents, and companies to receive or send money through the service. So pretty much anyone who uses the addresses of Tornado Cash that are blacklisted are automatically a suspect for money laundering, red flags anywhere, knocks on the door, and things like that. So pretty much in one day, the US government made this project disappear. And this is how they look right now. So even though this protocol is decentralized, it hosts on Ethereum network, you cannot actually block the Ethereum network in full and access it. They have a DAO that governs it, so founders do not really have access to any of those funds. And the code base is gone right now, as just mentioned in Twitter. You guys cannot access this anymore. And the DAO cannot actually do something with protocol because all of the people in DAO will be automatically blacklisted in all their services and people start knocking their door. So yeah, you cannot access the app even if you can't have a website, because the website is blocked as well. So, and this is another thing that happened this June actually. So there was a Cloudflare outage for about half a day. And yeah, talking about websites, it's just the same as we've seen with Tornado Cash. If you have a decentralized app, but you don't have a website, nobody can use it. What kind of user experience we're even talking here? And yeah, very decentralized. Great work, guys. So it's kind of not the first leap in technology. There is internet, and internet was supposed to be everybody hosting their own website on their own servers, so you can visit your friend's website, and it's by default used to be decentralized, but nobody ever used it like that. And right now we're using Facebook and Instagram and things like that. So it kind of repeats the story out there. Actually, talking about front ends, there are solutions for front-end problem that are decentralized right now, but none of those are actually being actively used by developers. You can only wonder why. Why do you think it is? Because there is a lot of problems of actually calculating the price for running your infrastructure. And yeah, this is one of the things that is most Google. When I like to Google how much would it cost, this is what I get, about 80% of Google response out there. And this is the answer why. Because most of the blockchain runs pricing on their tokens. And as you know, tokens are volatile. And this is the graph just for the past week, right before the conferences we made it this.
That's 1 week only?
Yeah, it's not even a year. It's about 10% slip right there. You can go, it goes almost 10% down and then back up again. So yeah, and this is what makes developers very angry. You cannot even estimate pricing. You can estimate it for a week. You can not estimate it for a year. How can you do a startup if you don't know how much your infrastructure costs? And this is a major UX problem that Web3 has. And it's not actually that big of a problem in Web2. But yeah, I probably need to ask Mark, what's the problem with Web2? Why is just Amazon out there, or Google, or Azure?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that, Polina talked about some of the challenges that are holding back Web3 storage solutions from really getting mass adoption, one of them being the volatility of pricing it in native tokens. And at the same time, so that's made it difficult to really challenge Amazon for infrastructure, right? At the same time, there are a number of companies that aren't in Web3, more traditional cloud hosting companies that, if you go back a few years, were actually larger than Amazon. And so there are a lot of companies out there trying to provide more alternatives so that we're not stuck with an oligopoly, right? But the trend is not great. And if you look at these companies, they have been able to leverage a lot of great open source. So most of them run Linux, OpenStack, Kubernetes. So they've been able to utilize open source as a way to kind of put together a competitive offering in the market and try to give us alternatives to the 2 or 3 companies that dominate. But they're really not making the right trend here, right? And I think that the reason that they're falling short is they're not able to fully coordinate their efforts and provide a unified experience to developers, right? They may use the same open source tools with similar APIs, but there's slight differences in the way they implement them. So at the end of the day, they don't get those network effects, even if they're using the same software. And this is really a failure of economic coordination. These companies are trying to kind of put together a coalition in a way to give us alternatives, but the trend is going in the wrong direction. It's really a lack of economic coordination and providing a unified experience for developers. And so this is really not the best time for us to be heading towards 2 or 3 centralized providers, especially when it comes to data, because we're doubling the amount of data that we need to store as humans every 2 or 3 years. This year, it's about 95 zettabytes. In 3 years, it's going to be 180 zettabytes. So we need more and more data. Pretty soon, we'll be at yottabytes, which is the next upgrade in size. And so this amount of data really demands more options than just the 2 or 3 that we're all heading towards if we don't build alternatives, right? And so that is exactly what we're doing with OnMachina. We are building a decentralized storage network for generation zettabyte. And based on our background and our look at the market and understanding what the Web 2 technologies do well and don't do as well, and the Web 3 approaches have done well and not done as well, we're trying to bring those both together. And I think in addition to some of the issues with pricing volatility with existing Web 3 storage, a lot of them don't actually meet all of the requirements that people actually have for storage, right? And this is another reason why so many people just end up on Amazon S3. I mean, if you look at many projects out there, even if they utilize some Web 3 storage, they almost always have a backup on Amazon S3 because that's meets the fundamental requirements that everyone has for storage, right? You can be a Web 3 idealist, really believe in decentralization, want to see that world come true. But at the end of the day, if your application goes offline or isn't reliable, you don't have enough capacity, you don't have the performance your users expect, then you're going to have to go back to Web 2 storage. So that's the approach we're taking with OnMachina. We're building really good storage first, blockchain second, if you will. So we are utilizing NEAR as our blockchain for that capability to give you true ownership, true control of your data. But first and foremost, we're going to build really, really solid storage that's reliable. And so that's, I think, the happy Doge that we're looking for.
The happy Doge appears where you build storage first and blockchain second, rather than token incentivized and blockchain that works nice with token but glitchy with everything else.
Yeah.
So yeah, and
happy Doge in a nutshell. And so I think we are going to tackle the pricing issue by pricing it in stable coins and giving people predictable pricing. If your price goes up and down every week, every day, it's just really difficult to make a plan around that and rely on it and incorporate it into your business. So we're focusing on stable coin pricing, which we think will be the right approach. And in terms of all the different use cases that we want to support and the markets for different application developers out there, over time we're going to grow to support a lot of different use cases, starting with backup and archiving. Also, digital assets, I think, are a really natural fit for a Web3 storage, decentralized storage network like this. And then over time, more consumer-facing apps like online storage and ultimately CDNs, I think will be a very, very disruptive use case for a decentralized storage network. And that is exactly what we're ready to build. And if you'd like to get involved, please contact us. We're 100% open source. We're getting started now. And if you would like to connect with us, we got our contact information up here. This QR code will take you to our Twitter. You can follow us on Twitter. And we're really excited to build OnMachina, the decentralized storage network, and to do it with all of you and your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for introducing us to OnMachina, the decentralized storage network. Next up, whoops. Sorry about that dramatic entrance, but the next up is the economics of zero-knowledge proofs with Anish Mohammed from Panther.
That's okay. So, does this work? Sorry. Oh, green one. Oh, thank you. Apologies. Morning, everyone. Apologies. My stupidity is clear. I can't even get a clicker to work. I'm going to talk to you about zero knowledge. And secondly, I was under the impression I will have 25 minutes. So unfortunately, I only have 15. I'll try cover the talk as best as I could. So the idea I was thinking is like, how do I price zero knowledge? As in, like, if I have to construct a zero knowledge proof for a protocol, how in the larger scheme of things can I figure out how much does it cost computationally, how much does it cost economically? So I was thinking backwards. How do I think about it from a DeFi perspective? So I have a protocol which is providing privacy for DeFi, and I'm using zero knowledge proofs. So how in my head am I making this calculation, right? Can I give privacy while providing DeFi in an economically viable form? So everybody knows DeFi. Very good paper to read if you're interested. But in summary, what I'm interested in, transactions where it's public, but I want to have certain information private. Classic case, market making. Okay, somebody wants to sell something, somebody wants to buy something. There's a gap between the two. You have somebody in between who does market making. Okay, so what happens here? So there are a classic bunch of automated market makers that are there in the market. But there are a bunch of security issues as well, right? If you have a strategy and if you want to deploy it and you want to keep your alpha, that's not going to happen. You absolutely are going to be ripped the moment it comes out. Somebody will deploy, a subgraph on the graph, copy your trade, and depth of the market disappears. Okay, so how can you prevent this? So a bunch of guys. So Taranchitra, Alex, and Guillermo. See, these guys actually noticed this, and they said, it's pretty much impossible to actually have privacy in constant function market making. So they suggested three things. Add some randomness. So essentially what you're trying to do is, if you have a constant function market making, x into y is a constant, get x, get y, and that's how it is. So you randomly change it so people can't find it. Then you batch a bunch of those transactions. Okay, so this is batching. Like, take a bunch of them. And batching actually has a bunch of delay. You get the average price, not the specific price. So you get an amount of privacy. And where's this thing? OK, the other thing that was proposed was try differential privacy, right? And differential privacy was put forward by the same set of folks. This time, Taran was the primary author, and Guillermo was the third author. Literally, what differential privacy is this. So you make some tiny changes to the data set. So the overall statistical properties of the data doesn't change, but you can preserve privacy. Right. And now I need to switch gears to kind of explain the cost of having decentralization. In general, everybody knows what decentralization is. Oh, shit, my decentralization thing. OK. So the way I describe is the following. Imagine you have a leader election protocol providing consensus. So if you have a lead election protocol and you're doing the same function as a centralized protocol, your cost, the delta of the cost is the leader election protocol. So if proof of work, what you're trying to do essentially when you do proof of work is to do some randomized leader election, fairness assured leader election protocol with a security margin. Okay? So that delta is the cost. Right. Okay. So there's this construct of privacy mining that you have to have. There's a cost for actually providing privacy. Like, imagine I run a privacy protocol, and there's just one person in this room. So providing a zero-knowledge shielding doesn't give you anything. So I need to have more incentives for people to come and stay in the room. So this is literally what it means by privacy mining in a generalized mining context. Right. OK. So I'm going to flip the gear and try figure out in the reverse sense. What does it really mean to understand privacy from a data perspective? If any of you actually have read the paper, I am assuming, OK, I remove the paper. But this is what it is. There are 3 things that you need to have if you want to have a machine learning algorithm to gain some advantage. Number 1 is the hardware. Number 2 is the model, essentially humans to build a model. Third is the data. And the data is the mod, right? So essentially what is happening is in a world where there's privacy and a world with no privacy, so you can have a machine learning algorithm that has access to all the data, and that has an advantage compared to a machine learning algorithm in a world where there is privacy, you don't have access to all the data. Okay? So the price differential between the two is the real question we are asking. And is this the price that we have in the market? And can we use this price as an indicator? Is there anything left on the table if you have to do this and apply zero knowledge? So it's an economically viable protocol. This is essentially my question. OK, this is the paper I was thinking about. The unusual effectiveness of data, right? This is a bunch of guys from CMU and Google. They're kind of saying 3 things, and I kind of described it. Oh, sorry. Again, so this is what I was saying, right? There's this construct of a data arbitrage, right? You can actually play this game against the protocol. So as soon as you actually find out, this is the price, it's very open. So you can have a whole bunch of adversarial game. And I talk about a second order once, but just ignore that. Just think of the first order. Think of the possibility that you have a machine learning algorithm, and you have a 2-legged strategy. You sit across a private world and a non-private world, and you play this game across. OK. So in general, there's this question about how do you really price data, right? It's a non-trivial challenge. So biggest problems that we actually have is if you have a random set of data, how do you know this is original? How do you know there are no copies? How do you know that access to data doesn't mean a copy is not being created? Just random things. Small things, but random things. But very, very hard problems, right? But typically speaking, you have this curve that exists, right? There's like the possibility of having what I call extreme privacy. And there's this scenario of, I wouldn't really agree with this graph, but this is the nearest to what I can think of, right? You shouldn't ever assume that if you have zero privacy, there's maximum utility. There is always this arbiter who actually sits in between that actually takes the utility out of you. And this is the reason why we should consider privacy, at least in my mind. So the curve, as it gets to this part of it, literally you as a user are never actually going to get the full utility out of it. There is somebody who's going to take your data, run a machine learning algorithm, run an arbitrage against you, and then take profit out of it. So think Google, think Facebook. You're never going to get the maximum utility, right? But the trade-off is like very, very, very important. Now, switching gears, now I'm going to talk about zero knowledge. So simple description of zero knowledge. This room has one door in that sense, so everybody comes in here. So assuming I want to prove to you in zero knowledge that I have the ability to get outside this room without using the door, I could randomly pick somebody from the audience. I have my friend Imad there. I say to Imad, I have the ability to get outside this room without using the door. So I am the prover, he's the verifier. He comes in, imagine there's a door, and he just lets me in, closes the door, waits for 5 minutes. In 5 minutes' time, if I'm seen outside this room, then he knows for a fact that my claim, which is actually the thing I'm proving, that I have the ability to escape from this room without using the door. That's a zero knowledge. I can run this protocol as many times as I want between the two of us, but he would never find out how I escape out of the room. This is the classical explanation for zero knowledge. So yeah, my summary thing would be, like, if you're really interested, there's this piece that Ailey Ben-Sasson wrote. It's called Cambrian Explosion of Crypto Proofs. Very interesting insights in the sense like it describes how proofs have evolved over time. I kind of took a bunch of them so I can explain things reasonably well. How many minutes do I have? OK. So going back in time in history, in the late 70s, public key crypto was born. And before that, there were like some other cryptographic primitives that were around. Mostly were symmetric primitives. The symmetric primitives include hash functions, block ciphers, stream ciphers. And stream ciphers and block ciphers have been around for a while. If anybody is interested in history, you can look at Enigma and cryptanalysis of Enigma. it'll give you a very good history of classical cryptanalysis in that sense. And what has happened is in the late 70s, there was an introduction of public key crypto, and then a whole bunch of new things was possible. So prior to having public key crypto, if you ever wanted to have a secure communication with someone, you actually have to meet someone or have a channel set up that you trust. Whereas in the case of public key crypto, what has happened is now you only need to trust the math. I'm not saying trust the math, but verify it, right? At least once you have enough of people verifying it, you know for a fact that you can securely communicate with anybody once you know the public key, right? So you have a public key and a private key, and you can actually communicate with anybody without having met them. That's the key. And different kinds of cryptographic primitives give security to public key cryptography. One is elliptic curve, the other one is integer factorization. Given a very large number, find the largest prime factors. That's the integer factorization. An elliptic curve essentially means like if you have a random point on an elliptic curve, how many times has this point jumped around? That's considered like a difficult problem to solve. The first one is proven to be in NP, but this is assumed to be as hard as that one. OK, so let me just go back. Can I go back? That's better. So if you think about the economic value that's currently being held behind this set of all problems, right? You could actually think about hash functions. Like one of the things that most people kind of forget about is like all of what we do is pretty much based on hash functions. Okay? The security of hash functions is a security on which everything on top sits. Blockchain, yes. Our signature schemes, yes. Our phones, yes. Make a list of everything you have. That's the total value that's out there. If ever there were an attack on a hash function and the hash function is completely broken, we would have a real problem. Okay. And I should also say, in the world of zero knowledge, we have a slightly different class of hash functions we use. Because the hash functions like SHA is kind of a bit difficult to implement over an elliptic curve. It's very messy. So we have like things like Poseidon and other ones. So if you're interested, you should probably have a look at zprice. And me and my team are involved in that particular competition, which is like implementing hash functions for zero knowledge. OK, so the way I would describe it is slightly easy. Okay, this is how it is. So 1984-85, 3 people, Shafiqul was Mihir Ballare, and I can't pronounce the third person's name. I forgot the name. They actually had a paper describing zero knowledge. So everybody thought this was a silly thing to do. Nobody accepted the paper. They were rejected thrice. And suddenly, after some time, somebody realized, this is useful. You could actually prove something without actually having to reveal any information. So there was interactive zero knowledge, right? So there's remember me talking about integer factorization. There's a related problem called quadratic reciprocity. So you could actually use that to prove certain things in interactive sense. And then what has happened is like somewhere along 2011, there was a scheme that was created that is actually non-interactive. OK, interactive versus non-interactive is like imagine I had a cold door, and my name is kind of mapped in such a way that every room that's there, if it's a 1, I have the ability to escape from the room with the zero knowledge interactive protocol. If it's 0, I can't escape, right? So essentially, by running a protocol and getting a commit against all of the rooms, you would actually know whether I am the person in zero knowledge or not. Effectively, that's like applying a Fiat-Shamir trick on an interactive protocol, OK? So that's literally what happened. And then there was improvements. The first of the schemes to evolve was Pinocchio in 2013, I think. Then Zcash was produced. And then in between, there was Groth 16 was produced. And then what has happened is Stark was produced. It's like October 2017, the Stark paper was produced by Eli Ben Sasson, the guy who wrote this thing. OK, so this is a very interesting article. I would recommend you look at it, because like this gives you like a pretty good idea of what is involved in actually doing the math behind zero knowledge, right? So how do I describe this? This is kind of like at a high level. Again, there's been a lot of blurring between Starks and Snarks that has happened. So in the past, there was a clear definition of Snarks. Starks that actually use Fry, and the security for that pretty much came from hash functions. So they are quantum resistant in a sense like imagine tomorrow if you have a quantum computer with enough of gates to actually run Shor's algorithm. In Shor's CQB, in Shor's algorithm, and finding cycles in an abelian field is linear. What that means is even if you increase the size of your keys, you still will be able to decrypt it in linear time. Essentially, what that means is you could decrypt all of Ethereum, all of NEAR, all of Bitcoin, if you have access to a large enough quantum computer, right? So stocks are resistant to that. You have to. The best attack is Grover's attack. So Grover's attack is searching in an unsorted database. That's a square root n speed up. So it's almost equivalent to a birthday attack. Right. So this is kind of what it is. So bulletproofs use integer factorizations. Stocks use a hash function. They use Fry. And snarks actually use the elliptic curves, right? I was describing the two classes of problems that are supposed to be hard. One is integer factorization. Other one is like elliptic curve, one point jumping on a curve, right? So the snarks and stocks have kind of merged. So if you look at the later versions of schemes that have come out, say for example, Halo 2, Flonky, they've all actually started using the two things together. Oh God, this is kind of, okay, summary. I think when I converted to PDF, this is all lost. If anybody's interested, I'll send you the high resolution one. So summary is like, if you are looking at a normal protocol, a layer 1 protocol, I've taken the case of Ethereum because I've already deployed one of my schemes on part of the protocol on Ethereum. I've deployed part of the protocol on NEAR as well. I haven't optimized it, so comparison won't be fair. This is kind of optimized, so I know what it is. So in general, the highest upside you can see for zero knowledge is like for rollups. If you actually do recursive rollups with ZK, right? And like a typical transaction is like a 400K kind of gas kind of situation. Right, OK. So there are two classes of math that you really require to do ZK. One is FFTs. So it's the fast Fourier transforms. Anybody who has done digital signal processing should know what that is. It's just multiplying large numbers using some random sets, okay? And the other one is called multiscalar multiplication, right? So if you're really interested in multiscalar multiplication, I would recommend you actually look at this. They are looking at an FPGA implementation and trying to make ZKs really fast. Now, you might ask me, why are you talking about this? There's two sides to this argument. One is the real compute cost, and the other is the time question. So if you could do more, you could actually have more transactions. And in any layer 1, you can then, overall, over a period in time, have a much lesser cost because you have economies of scale. If you do 10 transactions in a block, and your block is going to cost X, the cost of one transaction is X by 10, right? So if you could do 100, you get 1 order of magnitude less. If you do 1,000, you have 3 orders of magnitude less. So this is the thing that I'm saying. So it's like the faster you are, you actually get an advantage of scales. OK, so and this is typically how this normally translates to. So the thing that we're saying is category-wise, as I said, there are a bunch that are stocks and there are a bunch that are snarks. And there are things that sit in the middle, right? Polygon Hermes is a good example, right? Fry is a polynomial commitment scheme, and kind of what it's trying to do is get the best of both worlds. OK, I should probably explain one thing before I go any further. For snarks, we actually require a setup. And what that implies is, like, if any of you have come across Zcash, and the problem they have had in the past is like they had some problems with their setup process. Okay, so there's a bug in the whole math they had done, and so it was arbitrarily possible for somebody to mint as many as they want. So that problem, as in like the setup problem, is kind of avoided in a stock. Okay, and also there's the size of the proof. Like the size of the proof is slightly larger, and not all computations are as fast as snarks. So if you combine both, you can actually almost get the best of both worlds. That's what they have tried to do. So in general, so if you look at stocks, there are more like a FFT kind of computation. And if you look at more like a Plonky and all the rest of them, the Plonk schemes, which is like all the schemes over here. The Aztec guys, those two guys are the guys who actually created the scheme. Other people improved it, and there are a bunch of other ones that are around. So they have more multiscalar multiplication. Right. What is this thing? OK. So if you think about this in a very large sense, you could actually have GPUs, FPGAs, and ASICs. Same things that applies to mining more or less applies, but there's a higher I/O requirement, input-output requirement. So it's kind of very hard to actually optimize for ASIC in a fuller sense. And yeah, these are the kind of all applications that are there. I am more interested in providing privacy in DeFi and looking at the DeFi part of things. So the privacy apps are the things that I'm really interested in. Right, so I'm kind of in a place where FPGAs and GPUs really make sense to me. So this is my conclusion. So first and the foremost thing I always say to anybody is there is no such thing as free lunch. If there is computation, you're going to pay a cost for it. And privacy is something that's going to be understood in an economic sense. It's like if you are going to provide privacy and it's going to be so expensive, nobody's actually going to have it, right? And the other thing is competing with centralized systems, again, is non-trivial. So most of us actually think about privacy, we think about zero knowledge in a decentralized manner. If you ever think about competing with one system, it's generally speaking challenging. And current crop of text that actually provides privacy, I don't think they are in a stage where they could really compete with everybody else on cost. That's my 2 cents. So apparently, you could ask questions. I know I've been really fast, and I'm so sorry about it. Go for it.
Thank you. It was like really a deep dive. But what's actually your product? What are you like essentially selling?
OK, so I'm saying a couple of things. Firstly, if you look at the cost of running ZK, the cost of running ZK has to be always, if you are doing that for privacy, it has to be always below the arbitrage. So I am trying to price the price of privacy. So I have 2 worlds, where one world where I actually have no privacy, another world there's privacy. And there's 2 machine learning algorithms that are running. There's an arbitrage between the 2 of them. That's the total space I have. So whenever I build an algorithm that has ZK, that's kind of my assumption. There should be something left between the 2, so you can actually really economically viable sense run it. Otherwise, you can't. And all the tools that you have available are the tools I mentioned. And I kind of gave you an indication of what the cost is for doing most of the things. Does that make sense?
OK. Yeah. You mentioned different hardware requirements for doing ZK computations. Do you mean that we need to add more hardware on the validators, or do we need to run off-chain additional hardware? Thank you.
So I had a slide on this, but I removed it. So this is what you can do. There's a couple of solutions you have. Number one is like you can add hardware, custom hardware, and you can accelerate the compute. That's one. Number two is you can actually do delegated proof computation. So Patrice Misra actually, from LEO, actually gave a talk. And that kind of describes how you could actually delegate the compute. And you can, from a browser, for example, you could then use an MPC mechanism to delegate your compute to some place where there's hardware, and you can do the compute. So there are trade-offs. Again, goes back to the thing I was saying. It has to be economically viable. It has to be within the bounds of network latency and computational latency. If you're going to do something and you have to wait for 2 minutes,
So you mentioned cost of doing ZK should be less than the arbitrage profits for,
Yep.
I guess, the DeFi use case. But how might one think about the cost of doing ZK for other use cases that's not outside of DeFi? So like what's the incremental cost that people might want to pay for privacy in other use cases?
OK. So I'll be very honest. That's a question I don't have an answer to. I've actually done a lot of analysis for DeFi because I've been working on DeFi. But my general sense is the following. Nobody actually goes to a McDonald's to buy a smoothie. But they go to McDonald's to buy a burger when the smoothie is a delta. And they really don't see the massive cost. So that would be my basic assumption. If the cost of the smoothie is greater than of the burger, which is essentially the utility function, we fail. So for me, in DeFi, I have a reasonable bound of what I can go for. But in general sense, imagine an identity scheme. It's pretty much impossible for me to find that pricing, right? So I'll be honest and I'll tell you up front, I don't know. Somebody should do a PhD thesis on this thing and figure out what, it's very useful for society. If you think about it, privacy is the basis of democracy. And if you don't have privacy, your vote is known to everybody else. And having seen Cambridge Analytica and seen the effect of it globally, I would say we as humanity, we as a civilization, especially the Western civilization, should really understand the cost. I don't know. I put my hand up and say, I don't know.
All right, thank you. So you mentioned some ZK rollups and the scalability benefits that they provide. Now, I know that this happens on Ethereum, but how does this port to things like NEAR and possibly other blockchains as well? Has that been implemented yet?
So I'll be very honest. I know the NEAR team is actually working on things, because the last time I talked to Ilya, he was saying they are interested in some ZK. But I don't know exact state of affairs. So what I have done for my project, which is Panther protocol, we got a grant, we deployed our protocol onto NEAR. So Aurora actually has Solidity compatibility, so all the libraries are there. So I honestly don't know. In general, if you are an L2, if you want to have, L1, you want to have L2, as in like if you're a layer 1 as a blockchain and you are a layer 2 optimization mechanism, then if you want to have the benefits of zero knowledge, ZK rollers would be the path to go. Again, I am not suggesting anybody should do anything. Thank you very much. Oh, I should leave this.
Thank you, Anish, and the great presentation on zero knowledge and the economics of zero knowledge proof. We were going to have a short break of 5 minutes, and please come back in 5 minutes where we have someone coming from El Salvador to talk to you about a little bit more than just Bitcoin in El Salvador.
There are 400 million small and medium-sized businesses in the world. This represents 95% of the world's companies and 60% of all workers. While larger businesses have access to capital at very low interest rates, a staggering 50% of SMEs borrow from informal sources, often at rates in excess of 1,000% APY. Acumen and NEAR have partnered to change this. NEAR's singular focus is to enable the most user-friendly and real-world impactful blockchain-based applications. Acumen is solving a real problem faced by SMEs: access to capital. Using the NEAR blockchain, Acumen is able to connect global capital providers and SMEs in emerging markets with minimal friction. By working together, Acumen and NEAR are able to effectively bridge activities in the off-chain world and the on-chain world, while keeping users on each side focused on the problems they are trying to solve, which includes funding their business for off-chain users and access to uncorrelated yield for on-chain users. Acumen leverages DeFi to power microfinance globally and is a pioneer in the use of DeFi to address financial inclusion. Acumen believes in DeFi and do good, and empowers SMEs in emerging markets by providing access to capital at reasonable rates, while providing stable, uncorrelated returns to the DeFi community through its protocol. Acumen has successfully implemented its seed capital pool in El Salvador, and is now working to expand and scale the Acumen model first in El Salvador and then globally. This is how Acumen, using DeFi for good, has had a positive impact on the daily lives of these people.
Mi nombre es María Ángela Rodríguez. Tengo 25 años de tener este negocio. Empecé limpiando zapatos para poder llegar acá donde yo estoy. me ha costado mucho. En el día de la pandemia, pues nadie daba préstamos por la situación en que estábamos. Con este préstamo que he obtenido, gracias a Dios, he aumentado mi negocio. Y con las ganancias, pues saldré adelante porque está más barato que otros bancos.
Mi nombre es Mitch Flores, mi panadería se llama Taher, tengo 5 hijos. Empecé con poquito, hace 5 años atrás. Lo que yo necesitaba para yo poder crecer era un cilindro. Anteriormente yo pagaba semanalmente por el alquiler del cilindro. Se me hacía demasiado de seguir pagar y pagar y pagar y no tener algo para mí. Llegan al proceso de este préstamo y gracias a Dios pues lo obtuve y ya tengo mi propio cilindro. La mayor meta para mí es tratar de crecer más y poder pues sacar a mis hijos adelante, ya sea en sus estudios, en lo que ellos necesitan.
Until 2022, your investment has changed the lives of thousands of people, and we are just starting. Will you join us to make the impact even greater? We are partnering with industry and governments globally in introducing the Acumen model to achieve a positive impact on citizens' lives across the world.
Well, Acumen being one of the pioneers in El Salvador in bringing financial inclusion to the small and micro company, they are competing on the level with the ushers who are charging 30 and 40% monthly interest. With Acumen's strategy, they have the ability to offer much more cost-effective loans, much more flexible loans, without the traditional intermediary paperwork and without the long-term bureaucracy that is involved with traditional banking.
Acumen has transformed the lives of Maria, Xiomara, and Gabriela. They wanted to take the opportunity to thank the crypto community who made their loans possible.
Estoy altamente agradecido con este préstamo para que Dios los bendiga grandemente y puedan seguir ayudando a más.
Bueno, pues agradecerle por la oportunidad que me da de seguir creciendo y pues gracias a ustedes he podido tratar de alcanzar una meta más para superarme con mi familia.
Quiero darle las gracias a las personas que hicieron posible el préstamo porque gracias a ellos hoy tengo más inversión y gracias porque confiaron en mí. Espero no fallarles para seguir trabajando de la mano con él.
Acumen is using DeFi to fundamentally change capital markets by making access to capital more equitable. By bridging DeFi with the traditional financial system, we are providing new opportunities to thousands of small businesses and stable DeFi yield to the crypto community. You can help to create equal opportunity in our financial system and a better world for all. Join us today.
Move them a little. Thank you. No, thank you, everyone, for coming. Can I just say this is one of my favorite topics. Nice. Financial inclusion, helping to bring, what is it now? I know it's over 1 billion people that are outside the formal economy. I'm sure that number is much bigger. And I think it's just fortuitous that we are having this conversation because my background is in fintech. And for anyone who has also been or dabbled in the fintech space, that was the first thing that fintech wanted to address, financial exclusion. And you had all these incredible companies trying to pierce through all of the challenges in emerging markets. Some of them succeeded, but a lot of them failed. This one? Okay. A lot of them failed. So it's interesting that we are sitting here talking about a project that has been incredibly successful, a project that I thought that fintech would have been able to deliver, but hasn't. Mm-hmm. So there's a couple of questions I want to ask you. The first is, tell us a bit more about Acumen. It's one of the most successful investments that Proximity Labs has, invested in. And basically, how did you manage to bring it to the masses the way that you have? Because again, trying to introduce new technology and innovation is a very tricky thing to do, especially for those who are normally not well educated. A lot of the SMEs that we spoke about are, set up by women, mostly women, who are not, again, not financially literate. But you've been able to do that. So if you could just tell us a bit about that, the company, and how you've been able to deliver that tech.
Sure, absolutely. My work focuses on attracting foreign investment into El Salvador as it relates to technology and innovation. So when the Bitcoin law passed, and as you may know, it passed by a supermajority in Congress, a lot of companies migrated to El Salvador. In fact, we were hit by an avalanche of companies from Singapore, from the US, Europe, the rest of Latin America. And we couldn't keep up. We were not expecting the global response that we had in terms of branding, in terms of opening the doors to all of these companies that were setting shop in El Salvador. And Acumen came, and it incorporated, it became a Salvadorian company, right? Because it incorporated there. And they talked to us about their project, which we found absolutely compelling. 70% of the population in El Salvador happens to be unbanked. That should give you an idea of the need that people have, that small businesses have, like the ones we saw over here, that they cannot to the bank and request a loan because they would not be able to get it. And they have to rely, they have to depend on loan sharks. And these loan sharks not only abuse small businesses and regular people like you and I, but they charge 1,500%, 4,000% interest rate. I mean, it's incredible. And that is a cultural problem because it happens not only in El Salvador, but also in the rest of Latin America, hence why microloans are a good business in Latin America. At the same time, when we spoke to Acumen, we saw right away the opportunity to deploy something that we knew was going to be beneficial for our country. Hence why you saw the head of the SBA, which is basically the Small Business Administration, signed an agreement, the government signed an agreement with Acumen, and we are giving them our whole support. We are handpicking, literally handpicking the projects that we want to work with. Like I said, a lot of companies have migrated into El Salvador, but we're not necessarily promoting or applauding all of the projects because some of them are fantastic, like Acumen, others are okay, and others are so-so. But based on the fact that there is a huge need for these types of loans, we decided to go ahead and work hand in hand with Acumen.
So what sets Acumen apart from the other companies that have tried to come in? Because I think a lot of the companies were also probably trying to take advantage of El Salvador because you took such a big gamble, becoming the first country in the world to introduce Bitcoin as legal tender. We wrote a lot about that last year. Its success has been variable, but we can talk about that a bit later. But what set Acumen apart, and how did you get people on board? Because even trying to explain DeFi, crypto, to people that are outside of our bubble is really hard. Mm-hmm. But here you are working with Acumen, and they've onboarded thousands of people. So tell us how that was achieved as well.
Well, actually, the program is barely rolling out, and we're going through a pilot process right now, which means that Acumen is giving these loans, offering these loans to a certain number of people. I believe it's 250K right now for the pilot, and the goal is to deploy about $10 million for small businesses. So we're at the beginning of the process. We haven't really reached out to the entire population. And the goal right now is to reach out only to small businesses. When this program rolls out for the entire population that actually has a need for a loan that they cannot get otherwise, then I think that's when we're going to see a real change in El Salvador. And if it can be done in El Salvador, it will be done in the rest of Latin America and perhaps other markets around the country. And I also want to point out about the fact that you asked me what sets Acumen apart from everybody else. We every project I get, or every company that meets with me because they want to come into El Salvador and they want to open an office and generate jobs, et cetera, and obviously sell their products and services there, I can quickly identify, after a year, I can quickly identify whether or not an idea is going to be successful or not. And as soon as I received Acumen's proposal, I said, no, this is something that we need to put in front of the president. And that's the way it happened. So we sent the information to the president. Acumen, an Acumen representative ended up meeting with President Bukele. President Bukele loves the project, and it gives you an idea of, number one, the fact that this is solving a need, and number two, if it's working hand in hand with the government, then obviously the project has a higher success rate.
Absolutely. And just getting back to that question about how you onboard people, so that video did capture, in essence, what the average SME looks like. Older woman or younger woman with children, a lot of dependents, not very well educated. How do you onboard them? So do you go to communities and ask around and see who needs a loan and they apply, given that there's high levels of illiteracy rates as well? Or do you connect with them by mobile phone? How does it work?
That's a very key question. The reason why we decided to do an agreement with Acumen, why the government basically signed an agreement, is because we wanted our SBA, the Small Business Administration, which is really called CONAMYPE, the National Council of Small Businesses. We wanted our entity that has thousands and thousands of small businesses affiliated, to them. We wanted our entity to help Acumen identify those small businesses. So it's not that the Acumen goes on the street and basically offers the loans to the entrepreneurs they find everywhere. It's really a well-organized, well-orchestrated effort where the Small Business Administration is basically putting this offer on the table for the entrepreneurs that might have a need to get a loan, and that's the way we're doing it.
And let's talk a bit about fintech as well. So I spoke with someone from the company, and I made the mistake of saying, "Oh, is this a fintech company?" I said, "No, this is a DeFi company." So I want to ask you, well, why isn't it a fintech, and why does DeFi work better in this circumstance as opposed to fintech?
Definitely. I think fintech is just a broad, a more general concept, name for a lot of the startups that are in this ecosystem, if not all of the startups, right? Finance and technology. Yes, Acumen fits that category, absolutely. But why is it a DeFi company? Simply because the loans are being generated from crypto. So a lot of investors who believe in the project are putting money into it, but this money is coming in the form of crypto. So it is DeFi automatically because of that. And at the same time, if we talk about decentralized finance, and I want to point out really quick that it's crypto, the investment is in crypto, the loans are in crypto, but they're backed by stable coins. So if we look at that premise, then absolutely, it is DeFi. We're talking about decentralized finances.
And I guess it's actually having this DeFi built on the NEAR blockchain as well ticks a lot of boxes as well when it comes to sustainability. I would imagine as well the transparency of being able to record everything is also a big advantage in a place like El Salvador, which doesn't have sort of the best reputation when it comes to transparency. So I think that's really good in helping to advance the economy too, and probably will encourage more investment as well in the country. Going back as well to the Bitcoin situation. So again, it was super exciting to see El Salvador introduce it as legal tender last year. What was the reception among the people in El Salvador? Were they excited about it? And 1 year on, what is the situation like?
Sure. When the Bitcoin law was announced, when the president actually announced the proposal of the law, and he sent it to Congress, I think for many of us who have been in this space for a long time, I invested in Bitcoin in 2014, but then again, I've been in technology for over 20 years, so I happen to be a special case. But I want to say that perhaps the majority of people in El Salvador, some of them might have never heard of about Bitcoin. Others might have heard about Bitcoin in the past, but perhaps hadn't invested or didn't think of it as a way of transacting, right? So when it happened, a part of the population was in favor of it because simply we understand that this world is going towards DeFi. That is, if not the present, it's the near future. And I can say that a lot of people were excited. Yes, there is a part of the population that perhaps were not that excited about it because they didn't understand what Bitcoin was. They didn't understand why El Salvador was adopting Bitcoin as legal tender if we already had the US dollar. And they didn't understand many, many other things. And that's okay, and it's valid, because we live in a democracy. And there has to be an opposition, who might not like the decisions that the government takes. But overall, after a year, I want to say a few things, especially in the area that I gravitate around, which is investments. A lot of companies have come and invested in El Salvador. They have moved, they have opened offices, they have generated lots of jobs for our people, and you can see this ecosystem growing and growing by the minute, to the point that we have been able to create what we call a Bitcoin and blockchain cluster, which means that it's a group of all the companies that are in the space, but they have to be situated in El Salvador in order to be able to be a part of the cluster, academia and government. And these three sectors are working together in order to make this ecosystem even stronger. So it's really a country's project. It's not just the government's project. I think there will be even a lot of people in our ecosystem, even perhaps at this conference, that may not see the need for a country or for a government to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender, or any other coin for that matter. But we decided to do it this way, and we're seeing a lot of benefits already, including, like I said, investments. However, we are aware that without education, there won't be mass adoption. And even though we're only 6.5 million Salvadorians inside of the country and 3.2 outside, there still needs to be a lot of education. It will be a slow and long process. Nobody can expect to say that after a year of adopting the law, everybody is making transactions, transacting with Bitcoin. It's not going to happen in any country. There has to be an educational process.
Yeah. And the only reason why I'm bringing up the Bitcoin question is because Acumen is a DeFi project, and I think maybe it worked to your advantage to have had introduced Bitcoin a year before, so people became more familiar with the idea of actually being able to transact and see a future for themselves using cryptocurrency, so that when you decided to embrace the Acumen project, they more or less kind of understood that there was a different way of transacting. There was a different way of actually being able to interact with, well, not traditional financial services, but because they've been shut out, but certainly there is an alternative. So I also want to talk a bit about Acumen's plans beyond El Salvador. So it's very ambitious, idea that you can grow rapidly, and move, throughout South America. Tell me what you plan to achieve in El Salvador in the next 6 to 12 months, and what the future holds after that.
I think, Acumen is one of a few projects that we're definitely promoting, right? Because like I said, we're handpicking those jewels that migrated to El Salvador and made our country their home, and now they're ready to take off. And Acumen happens to be a very good example of that. I think the goal is absolutely onboard as many small businesses as possible, those that are unbanked, those that there is absolutely no way they can obtain a loan from the bank, and give them that capital that they need so they can improve processes, grow, expand, etc. If that argument, if that process succeeds in El Salvador, and I am absolutely certain that it will succeed, then the same thing can happen in the rest of the Central American countries, all of Latin America, and many other countries around the world, especially in Africa, where there is a need, and the microfinance business has been proven. So I think it will be a matter of onboarding for the next 12 months.
So again, I just want to wrap my head around the onboarding process. So let's say I'm in El Salvador, I run a bakery, and I want to get a loan. I'm approved for a loan. This is a face-to-face interaction, correct?
Correct.
It's not through a mobile phone?
No.
Okay, so I get approved for a loan, and now how do I pay it back? Do you leverage the power of the mobile phone, so every month I make a micropayment, or do I have to go to a bank? Because DeFi, there is no sort of physical infrastructure, is there? So how does it work?
Correct. The advantage that we have is that, like I said, we're working with the our Small Business Administration, the government's entity, and they have thousands and thousands of small businesses. So from that pool, the Small Business Administration tells all of those businesses, explains basically what Acumen is, what they would like to do, what types of loans they would like to offer, and if, then again, I'm an entrepreneur and I have a small business and I'm in need of this loan, then I'm going to apply to it. The idea is for Acumen to get to that point where they will have, where actually entrepreneurs will be able to get approved on an app and receive the loan. Otherwise, it wouldn't really be fintech, in a way. But I think the process of identifying the businesses, that in theory should be the hardest part, but we're making it easier simply because of the agreement that we have with, between the Small Business Administration and Acumen.
And I think that's the way forward. It's that human interaction. And actually, it's why it's been so difficult to sell crypto and DeFi to the mainstream media, because I think we've done a terrible job explaining it. And if you're going to embrace this really exciting project, there's going to be a lot of investment and time needed to onboard them through education, sitting down with people, explaining what the process is. I have one more question before we wrap it up, and it's all about sort of the microfinance model. So I had the good fortune to study a bit on the subject, and microfinance, it doesn't necessarily work everywhere. I mean, you think, okay, we've got all the ingredients, let's set this up in sub-Saharan Africa, let's set this up somewhere in India, and now in South America. But it doesn't always work. Tell me what it takes to run a successful sort of microfinance project and how DeFi fits into that.
Education. Bottom line, education. Why? Because I can tell you that in El Salvador, the microfinance lending business is successful in the same way it is successful in the rest of Central America, and I dare say all of Latin America. Number one, there is a need. There are a lot of people who happen to be unbanked, so there is a need already. Number two, a lot of these companies that are in the business of microlending go out of their way to educate people in regards to interest rates. Yes, they're high, but they at least people will have access to this money, to capital. They do a lot of outreach, a lot of marketing. The message is constant. Therefore, I think for Latin America, and especially for El Salvador, that business is successful. It might not be the same case in other countries, like you mentioned, India, although I've read a lot of articles about how microlending is, in some areas in India, is successful. And I think it has to do with culture as well. If people have been relying on, let's say my mother had a small business, and she was never, she never had access to the bank, to a bank account. And I inherited that business, and I learned that I could get a loan from a loan shark or one of these places where I can, I can knock on their door and they will give me some money and the interest rate is going to be high. Then I will follow the same pattern. And perhaps my daughter, if she inherits the same business, then she will do the same thing. So I think it's, in our case, in El Salvador, I can surely say that it's a cultural issue that we have. I see the same thing in the rest of Latin America. And it has to do with the fact that there will always be a need because of our economies.
I think you got the mix right. Government support, education is very important, and the best technology around. Those three things are salient ingredients for a really good project. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And congratulations, and Acumen for this achievement. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mónica, for this inspiring talk and how we can bring blockchain for greater good, for microfinance, microloans, and helping the ecosystems thrive. We're now going to have a short lunch break. So we have about a 30-minute break. Please enjoy the lunch, enjoy the booths, go visit all the different regional specialties, and see you back here in 30 minutes.
Hey everyone, hope you had a good break. Hope you got to try some of the good food out there. It's definitely getting better every day. So I'm Marcus, NEAR Foundation. I do community and ecosystem growth. It's great to have you all here. We have some awesome talks coming up. We now have Dani Osorio of MetaWeb Ventures. She's going to be hosting a panel titled Not Your Parents' Facebook, Rebuilding Social Media in Web3. Should be very interesting.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here today. I know the last day is the roughest. I'm Dani Osorio from MetaWeb Ventures. I am your moderator for today. Want to remind you there's an amazing after party tonight with a killer DJ that may or may not have been revealed. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Welcome to Not Your Parents' Facebook. Hurts a little bit since, I may have been in one of those early Facebook testing crews. But we're going to talk today about rebuilding social media in an age of Web3. And I have today an incredible lineup of panelists joining us on the stage. Please come Cox from Connect3, Fernando from Relays, and Christos from Blockchain.
Sitting here.
Super. Wonderful. So can we just start off by having each of you introduce each other? So Christos, maybe you can begin.
Yes. I'm the lead backend engineer at Capsule Social, which is a company that builds blockchain, a decentralized blogging platform, where basically we are trying to build a place where sensible discourse can happen on the web.
Amazing. Fernando?
Yeah, I'm Fernando. I've been on this, I know, years and years already. I'm founder and CEO of Relays.io, and we are basically a comms protocol, and we're trying to solve some of the problems within video conferencing, chat, file, anything that is really comms. And we came up with a solution, a Web3 video conferencing call, people calling the Web3 Zoom, but it's a lot more than that, yeah? We are cybersecurity guys, and we do understand, what has been happening around, across the world with all of these apps, yeah? So we decided to have a take. We've been in crypto for a long time, and we do understand technology well, so we decided to have a go at it, and we're pretty much there, yeah? You can use it anytime you want now, actually. It's in beta at the moment, but you can use it.
Okay. So I'm Cox, so we built Connect3. Connect3 is an open social layer in Web3. And we, on the upper level, we enable users can
own their identity and create, distribute, monetize, and have a social interaction right on their creations, on their profile. And we also have an open social protocol which enable not only us, but also all the third-party platforms or developers to easily plug into our social protocol to read or contribute the social data into the protocol. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you for that. So I guess let's go straight to the heart of it. Social media is like definitely very, very broken. And I think the incentives have been really, really inverted, not really in favor of the user. I remember at the very beginning of Facebook, they told us they were never going to harvest our data. And then at some point that sort of changed and, you know, we became the product. And so I think what all of you are building is a bit of a reaction to that paradigm of the first set of social media platforms. And so I'm wondering, maybe like Christos, you can kick us off, but what do you think is most broken with the existing forms of social media that Capsule is looking to overtake? Like, why make a decentralized medium?
So let me tell you a small story. Back in 2020, when COVID struck, there was this theory that COVID was created in a lab in China. I mean, it's not the point of discussing this theory itself, but people were posting about this theory on Facebook, and they were getting banned, they were getting silenced, or sometimes like the posts were taken down even without the user's knowledge. And up until the moment, the White House said, yeah, this might be plausible. And we have reached a point where actually governments and big tech companies dictate what we can or what we can't say on the web. And that revelation was actually one of the reasons that we founded Capsule.
So something that's censorship resistant.
Exactly.
Right? Okay, but here's the counter argument, because I spoke to the Facebook engineer that made the algorithm that was designed to identify fake news, right? And stop misinformation from spreading, again, because there was nothing to take that down. So how do you then handle that kind of, you know, community management and like public, you know, I don't want to call it public policy, but it is something related to like protection of the public from.
There are two kinds of content that might be, let's say, controversial or utterly not acceptable.
Yeah.
So there's the content that we say, okay, it's not acceptable to be anywhere on the planet. I don't need to give examples.
Sure.
And there's the content that it's either controversial or fake news. We are not, we're not a free speech platform, as in you can post whatever you want. We're a platform where we have a content policy, but this content policy is enforceable through smart contracts in a transparent public ledger that anybody can scrutinize and check, hey, did this moderation action was justified or not? And I believe this way people can, we can provide a better way to moderate content on the web. And there's the other side of, like, as I said, fake news, for example. And we believe there that by providing a platform for sensible discourse, where you can like post a blog and then a counter blog can be posted that counters what it said, and we give a prominent position for these counter arguments on the platform, we can provide the way to, instead of silencing different opinions, giving a way for people to just discuss them.
Okay, very cool. And Cox, can you tell us a little bit about how you're thinking about the data coming from all of this, and maybe what is the difference between how social media platforms are collecting and using data today versus how you see that happening in the future with Web3?
Yeah, so I think in the traditional social media, users like the data, their profile, and their created content will be all used towards the user embedding, or we call it, it's like attributes about the person. So which will be used as ads or the content recommendation. So that's why the big companies like Facebook or Google, so that's how they make money, right? They use the users' attributes, user embedding to do the ads, to run ads. But I think in Web3, it could be a totally different paradigm. So all the data or content we generate in Web2 are in centralized servers of different platforms. But in Web3, all the data or content are in the wallets, on different blockchains. So I think in the future, in Web3 world, the data can be better aggregated or analyzed all the on-chain, and the identity user will with like the techniques like ZK rollup, the user will be able to control their content or their data or their identity to control who can use it, or even monetize their user embedding. And so we take back the data sovereignty back to the user, and they can better utilize their own data to everywhere as a recommendation for monetization or for any. There would be a lot more use cases of that.
Okay, great. So are you saying that it becomes an opt-in decision for the consumer, whether they want to participate with the ranking algorithms or selling their data to advertisers?
I would say advertising would be one case of that. So before that, all the like the incentives or the benefits would be more. Large percent of that will be taken from by the big companies. But in Web3, I think this could go back to the user. And
yeah, I really like that idea of advertising revenue share with the user.
Yeah.
I buy a lot of things that Instagram shows me. I don't know why. It seems to be a trend. So if I could get part of that, that'd be kind of cool. So.
Yeah. Not only advertising, maybe the recommendation, the monetization. I monetize my own created content, and let's take OpenSea example. They only take like around 3% of the share of the revenue. But in Facebook, that was 45%. So that's a very huge change in the revenue cut.
Yeah. And do you think that in the future, I as a user could put all my data in my backpack and move it somewhere else if I didn't like the platform I was on anymore?
Yes, I think it could. It's just a go with the user, and you can use any platform to maybe to take the you just take a service, and the service uses your data, but the data always belongs to yourself.
That's very cool. And let's talk a little bit about the different formats. I know that we talked a lot with the Live Pure team yesterday about video transcoding and putting that into NFTs, into the internet. What do you see right now as trends with like video-related content, Fernando, and what that's going to look like in Web3?
Yeah, we have to look. We have to think about what really means Web3. Okay, I heard you saying censorship resistance, but when you start to look a lot of people, what they are doing, by not even having what they are doing in open source at some point, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing as Facebook, The guy says, oh, yeah, we have a bot that is, detects whatever, it's fake news or misinformation, but it's what they consider misinformation. Yeah, which we found recently.
I don't think it's what they consider misinformation. I think it's pretty tangible. It says this piece of news has been debunked by these very reputable news sources.
Yeah, and we go back.
So that's pretty objective.
But
right?
That's my point exactly, I mean, who are those news sources? I give an example very quickly. It was last week that Facebook and Twitter retracted back something that they censored was fake news, that natural immunity in COVID was stronger than the vaccine, and they now retracted. But they were the first ones to censor that. So
yeah, I mean, I think algorithms aren't perfect, right? Like we all agree that they work 90-70% of the time.
So in Web3, you cannot have anybody to control what decides what it is real or not, or is true, because otherwise that trustlessness that exists in blockchain, in crypto, yeah, we're not constructing anything different from Web 2. So in Web 3, first of all, you have to start by saying, we're going to make something open source. And it doesn't matter if it's video or not. Yeah? It is any content, so you need to get back to the users. The users are going to be able to decide, why don't you let the users create the algorithms? There's plenty of geniuses out there, PhD guys that can just come up with something or contribute to an open source project, for example. In video and what we do in terms of comms, we are going to make everything open source so that people understand it's really secure. We're not, it's censorship resistance, because it's extremely important. The way the world is going at the moment, it's madness at the moment, So having control of your data, it doesn't matter if it's going to be through an avatar or, whatever people come up. There's cool stuff coming out, but you have to give that back to people. People can create the assets for anything that you want, yeah? And they can contribute with those things. So by doing this, you can achieve a true Web3 revolution in social media. Otherwise, we're just going to go there. It's a mix. They are already now.
You bring up an interesting point, which is the revolution in social media. So Christos, maybe you can talk a little bit about how you envision a revolution happening with Web3 technology.
So I believe the problem we have right now with Web3 is that it's overly complicated with our users. And for somebody to get onboarded on a Web3 and a decentralized application, he needs a wallet. The user needs to know what smart contracts are, what transactions are, buy some crypto, which is so many steps to go to a trading app and buy crypto. Anyway, it's a complicated thing. And thing is, with Web2 applications, our parents don't know what exists behind it. Don't know that there is a smart contract behind the Web3, or on Facebook, they don't know that there exists a server, a database, or whatever. They know what they do. They push a button, they publish a post. And I think we need to reach a point where this happens on Web3 too. We don't need to educate our users to Web3. We need to bring Web3 to the users. And that's what we do actually on blockchain. We try to create an experience where the UI is familiar. We have to the Web2 user. And let me be honest, most Web3 apps haven't focused on the UI, and that's justified because it's difficult to build all the backend structures behind it. But now it's the time to focus on that. I agree.
Actually, one of the things that first drew me to explore Near was that it was the only blockchain platform that had really prioritized the user experience as something that was mission critical rather than an afterthought. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. People need to be able to use the thing that we build.
And that's why we chose Near, actually, to build on it, to build the platform on Near, because to onboard the user, it's very easy. You don't need an extension. You don't need MetaMask to be onboarded. And I believe this way, people who are in our mission statement, journalists, people who have to say something to be heard, who are not Web3 specialists, will use our platform to provide their content.
That's really wonderful. I think you make such a great point about abstracting away some of the challenges of the user experience, and I definitely think that's going to be mission critical for Web3 platforms to move forward. Cox, do you want to tell us a little bit about how you see innovation with data moving forward, and maybe how the user experience can impact that as well?
Yeah, I think the first thing is the data is in Web3 is different. It's on a different model. So all the data right now is fragmented in all the wallets on different blockchains. So the first thing I think we should do is to aggregate all the data, and we make meaningful connection between them. So by meaningful connection, I mean between people and people, people and the content, and people and the services. So this could be a social graph or interest graph. So we generate interest graph on chain, and by their on-chain, both on-chain and off-chain data, or the generated content. But all those data or interest graph goes back to the user. So they own their own things. So with the interest graph, I think we can do a lot of interesting things. Like I can recommend the content to you that you may be interested in, and but without the you still own the data, and you can use the data to decide what you want to, which platform you can see your data, and which platform cannot. And also with your created content, I think it's better. The created content in a traditional platform all goes to the platform themselves. But in the future, in Web3, the content absolutely belongs to the user, so that they can bring the content with them to whatever platform they want to use. And the rules, the rules of course is set by the platform, but the user will definitely go to the platform that they prefer. So that's also, I think I agree with Crystal about that. The best way is for us is to enable user to take the benefits of Web3 without letting them know, or without letting them feel it's hard to, or there is a barrier. So I think from product-wise, it will be as easy to use as the current AnyWeb2 apps. But under the hood, we use the technique, we use the Web3 technique to ensure that users own their own things, and they can they can control their privacy, they can better utilize this technique to do their own things.
Okay, that's very cool. So here's a follow-up question. Something different in Web3 from Web2 is that all the data is public if it's on the blockchain, so we have transparency. So does that mean I can see my friend's data, and what data can I see? What could I do with it? Could I get like some alpha as to like what NFTs all my friends are picking up? How could that work?
How could NFT work?
No, just the transparency of data. Like,
okay.
Will users be able to see everyone's data?
Yep.
Does it mean that every action we take in social now is public to everyone?
Yep.
Or how do you see that?
Yeah, so I think there are ways to make it private, and we can just publish in circuits as the data on chain, and only use user with a key to unlock it. So yeah, there are also like zero knowledge techniques to allow I know something, but without I see that. So I think there's a ways we can explore to enable both the openness of the data and at the same time it's the privacy of the data.
Very cool, very cool. So kind of moving on from that, one of the challenges we see really is having these decentralized, permissionless solutions that are built on centralized infrastructure. So maybe Fernando, if you can talk to us a little bit about the stack that you've designed at Relays, and what components of that are decentralized, which components are still using centralized databases, and what the plan for the future is.
Yeah, it's a good question, and you see a lot of stuff there. It's actually on centralized. It's not fully decentralized, a lot of it actually, but you have to start somewhere, right? You start always centralized, and then you just enable people to become nodes, validators, operators, whatever you want to call, if you have any of that. And you will see more and more of that, because I've seen solutions out there that they are running on a server on AWS. I don't want to mention names. In one server, in the US. Yeah? So
it's actually US Virginia East.
So what we need to do is to make sure that, first of all, the user understands where his data is. Yeah? Be in control of that data. And instead of giving you the phone number, the email, like you have to sign on Web2 almost everything, your entry is your wallet. Nobody knows. Well, you might share with some friends, but then they'll know which NFTs you have, right? So that's the thing here, is that balance. And you can actually decide what you want to share publicly or not. Yeah? And by having that control,
but
then
the stack itself, right? Like you're sharing what you want to say, but what about the stack? Like when you built this decentralized Zoom, right?
Yeah.
What is it built on?
So
what is the underlying server?
What you need to do then is to make sure that you have a network of node operators, yeah? That you don't need to create even your layer 1. Yeah? You just need to create your SDK, wallet, they stake it, and then become a node operator. That's a minimum entry level. And they do several things. And we use in conjunction with near smart contracts. Yeah? So your public key from your browser, with my browser, with everybody, this is just how we've done our stuff, yeah? Plus your wallet enable us to create a one-session key, an ephemeral session key, on a NEAR blockchain. And then what you have is 3 layers of encryption, where the node validators are just making sure the peer-to-peer and the routing are, it's sustainable, yeah? And as the network grows, it becomes censorship resistant. So if any hacker, any government tries to bring it to a node, yeah, they only see a stream that has 3 layers of encryption. Then they have to go back and hack the entire NEAR blockchain to be able to find, how we've done that. So it becomes very complex and very costly for them. So you have to think, whatever you're doing with data, which is one of my favorite things, by the way, yeah, you have to understand and make sure the user understands how decentralized it is.
I see your point about the blockchains themselves, being decentralized, but I think the challenge with something like social media is that it's extremely data heavy, and you actually can't put that much data on chain.
There's the 3 laws.
So the data has to live
speed
off-chain,
versus,
right?
yeah.
And so the off-chain data, is it living on decentralized platforms or not?
Yeah,
right?
the off-chain data depends. There are many ways to do it, yeah? IPFS exists, and we are going to evolve. Gavin, from Polkadot said recently that we're going to go through two iterations of this. It's still early for us,
Yeah, so that's really great. I mean, Vitalik calls it progressive decentralization,
Yeah.
And it's a concept about expansion. And definitely, I think the social media of the future is going to go in that direction. And maybe, Christos, you can tell us a little about the stack that Capsule Social is using and how you're powering these decentralized services through your stack.
So what we have created is a kind of different decentralized architecture than the one you find usually. Thing is, because we want to provide what we said before, like the familiarity of Web 2, we want our users to be able to post articles comments, reposts, feeds, without paying transaction fees, without doing an actual transaction on the blockchain. And how we achieve that? We've created a system where we have basically all the articles are stored on IPFS, and we need an index for these articles, a searchable index where you can search them by tag, by user, by category, by title. And this index is stored on a decentralized database. It's actually open source. It's called OrbDB, and it's been used by a couple of projects. And so whenever a user posts an article, after it is validated, it is stored on OrbDB, and then it is propagated to all the other capsule nodes on the network. So whenever a user wants to access an article, he chooses the node that the user wants to trust. So because we are not talking about transaction data, we don't need consensus that a blockchain provides for these articles. So a user just chooses a node he trusts of its integrity and reads the article that's stored on this node, which theoretically will be all the articles on blockchain.
That's really cool. And how do the capsule nodes handle the storage component?
So right now, there's each node stores content on IPFS. So whenever you post an article, it's stored on IPFS and it's stored on the node itself. But we are exploring other options such as Filecoin and other solutions. What we are going to do soon is we are now in the phase where we stabilize the platform and the protocol, and we are looking to expand the network. So soon there will be a way to incentivize users to host their own nodes and provide the content to readers.
That's extraordinary. So you've actually managed to create a decentralized network to host all of the content that's powering this.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, that's really cool. It's really hard to see decentralized applications that have an entirely decentralized stack.
Yes.
I think that's definitely where the future is headed, but it's very cool to see how you're making your way there. So since we only have a few minutes, I want to end this by doing like a 30-second hot takes from all of you on what you think the futuristic social app of the future looks like. Fernando, if you want to kick us off.
Yeah, look, it's the entry is going to be a wallet, no email, no phone, nothing, You are in control of it. You have an avatar. The avatar could be built by yourself. It creates a lot of stuff that you can then used within the ID. You know, there's a lot of stuff happening around that. And then you decide what data you want to make public, because advertising is needed, target advertising is needed, but you are going to benefit from that, yeah? So you're going to get the rewards if you share your data, and not the Facebooks and the others. So decentralization is key to that. If you really want to build a true decentralized, use a combination of having a chain like Near, but if it makes sense, yeah, like we did, create your own network of node operators, so you know, it's very hard then to break, you know, what people try, because people are going to be curious and they want to find more things about you. Yeah, it's very simple.
Definitely. Cox, hot take.
Yeah, I think it's bad that we can just use like Web3 apps as easy as we just open the Instagram or Twitter on our mobile phone. So normal user won't, they don't need to know the technicals on the hood. And but we use like blockchain or the Web3 technologies to make sure user owns their own things, and they can take it wherever they want to go, and their post will not be deleted for no reason. So yeah, that's I think that would be for the next billion of the mass adoption of the Web3 apps. That would it look like? Yeah.
Very cool. Cox, close us off with your hot take.
So I think they will not be as different as we know them to be. Social media apps are tuned for human behavior. What we will see is ownership by the users, as all of my colleagues here said, like decentralization and transparent algorithms. We want to know what's behind the scenes. We want to know, why did I see this post? Why did I see this ad? And we want to know what data the app has for me. So I think they're not going to be extraordinarily different. They are going to be fundamentally, though, changed.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone, today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was certainly a great chat. Thank each of you for coming up here. It'll definitely be interesting to see how blockchain technology will shape how we know and use social media today. This next speaker, I'm happy to invite up here. They have solidified themselves in the space, strong advocate of crypto and blockchain technology. We have Lou Kerner of Blockchain Co-Investors, speaking on Lou Kerner's thoughts on community.
Hello, 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 okay. Hey, there we go. So I'm Lou Kerner. There's my presentation. My day job is I'm a partner at a firm called Blockchain Co-Investors. We're a crypto fund-to-fund, investing in more than 40 of the leading crypto VCs around the world. We have a crypto SPAC. And really enjoy that. But my passion is really community. Whoop. And the thing to change. Oh, there it is. Okay. Go on to the next slide. And so how do I know anything about community? Well, my community lesson really started at Bolt. Bolt was an early social network. It had been around since '96. VC poured $60 million into it and then walked away. And in 2003, I became the co-CEO with the original founder. We had 500,000 students, or 500,000 kids, monthly uniques. And over the next 3 years, we grew it to the largest social network in the world, more than 23 million kids, did 8 acquisitions, talked to more than 100 kids about buying their company, including being the first person called Zuckerberg and offered to buy Facebook a month after he launched. After Bolt, I did angel investing in and around the space, ultimately became a VC, raised a fund, continued to invest in the space in companies like Meetup. And I was actually investing in tech companies founded by Israelis when on June 29th, 2017, I saw the crypto light. And I've been crypto 24/7 ever since. I first went down the rabbit hole in 2013. I joked deep enough that the Wall Street Journal wrote a story quoting me as Wall Street's Bitcoin expert, but I did not see it. And it wasn't until June 29th that I saw it actually on a conference call that I put on to learn about ICOs. And on the call, somebody said something, had a gestalt shift, and I became of the belief that for the first time in history, we had a tool set to solve for the community instead of the man in the middle. And I thought that that was going to be the biggest thing to happen in history. And I was told that there's a clock. I was looking around for the clock. Where is it? Is there a clock with the time on it? Well, I'm going to finish in time anyways. Anyways, I was in a manic state for 3 months, after which I wrote a kind of my construct down, a blog post called 7 Thoughts on Crypto After 3 Months Down the Rabbit Hole. It was the most read thing on Medium for 3 days. Tag crypto, after which I didn't know it at the time, but Medium ranks bloggers in more than 100 categories. And the category of crypto, that was the most read thing for 3 days. And according to Medium, I was the 3rd most influential crypto blogger in the world after 3 months, which did 2 things. 1, it made me a guy in crypto. And 2, it proved the first of my 7 thoughts on crypto, which I still believe today, which is that nobody knows anything. That we're at the start of something brand new, and it's all, unblazed trail. And my focus is community. So now I've been thinking deeply about community for 20 years, weirdly, and I think it's now the most important thing in the world. And I start, well, first, what is crypto? It's a series of technologies enabling decentralization powered by community, in my view. There's also an ethos to Web3. To me, the best book that I've ever read on, about crypto is Sacred Economics. And Sacred Economics really told me, for me, the ethos is that I really feel that I grew up in a culture of greed. And I was taught that the more I take for myself, the better. And that made a lot of sense because I like taking stuff. I was good at it. But it turns out that there are other cultures of giving and cultures of generosity. And for me, that's the culture of, that's what I'm here for. But what is community? I start with what is community? Anybody want to take a stab? What is community? No? Okay. So it's really interesting to ask because it really does mean different things to different people. But regardless of how good somebody's definition is, to me, I distill it down and distill it down and distill it down. And to me, what a community is it's an ecosystem where when it works, everyone gets more out of it than they give. And that's magical when that happens. And I think that's what every community is ultimately trying to do. I started a decentralized community called Crypto Mondays. It's a meetup we started January 8th, 2018. There was a rocking Crypto Monday here in Lisbon that Irene put on. Awesome. And so you should definitely join if you live here. I was actually at Crypto Monday Milan, which rocked. And the massive lesson 5 years that I really learned from doing that is that the more you do for the community, the more the community takes it, multiplies it, and gives it back. But how do you give value to your community members, right? It's all about giving and value to your communities, giving them utility. And most of the focus is on giving them $1 because everybody likes $1. The problem with giving people $1 is it costs you $1. So what you want to do is give them things that cost you less than $1. You can give them, I learned about this, at Bolt, we grew to 23 million kids. We could get 2 million of them to do anything for a badge that would scroll around their profile. We have NFTs that are going to give such immense value in the coming years as that technology. But so for me, it's actually the non-cash incentives that are going to be the bigger part, the more interesting, the more compelling part of building community and rewarding your community, incentivizing your community. And that's why, I believe that communities can scale highly correlated to what I call value delta. So a community makes something for the members at a cost of X, the members get it, and they value it at Y. And the bigger the difference between X and Y becomes, the bigger the community can become. And that's why, if you think about it, the biggest communities in the world are actually the things with the biggest value deltas. And we have a collective name for those things. We call those things religions. They produce faith at 50 cents a book, and we know how much people value their faith at. And that's why religions have scaled to billions of people and lasted thousands of years. They're undoubtedly the world's greatest communities. And so again, the size of the community highly correlated to value delta. Faith. To some degree, most people are here because of the NEAR community. And you're here because you have faith that the NEAR community is going to continue to have kick-ass technology and do other things for its community members that are highly positive as it has in the past. I wrote a Wall Street-style research report on Facebook. I was a Wall Street analyst for the first third of my career. I've only written 2 Wall Street-style research reports, 2 price targets in 20 years. The first was on Facebook in March of 2010, because the world had no idea, and I saw it, and oh my God. And I was a massive bull for 8 years under a very simple premise that I learned when I was running Bolt, and that's that you grow your engagement is the key metric, and you're either growing your engagement or you're dying. And once you start dying, it's very hard to stop. And so Facebook increased their engagement for 7 years, for every quarter after quarter. And they, in January of 18, they reported their first decrease in engagement in its history. And it was funny, super interesting to hear the panel before, and they actually gave a reason for why it decreased. They said it decreased because we decided to stop people from doing the #1 thing that people want to do on Facebook, read fake news. They really said that. That is literally the most clicked thing is fake news. So grow your engagement. Figure out how you can engage. The size of your community is, to me, completely irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the engagement of your community. Much better to have 10 highly engaged members, out of 100 than 1 highly engaged member out of 1,000. So drive the engagement. I also really strongly believe this was a dinner I was at Consensus, put on by Coin Center, which is kind of the main lobbying organization for the ecosystem in DC since 2000, and I think they opened up in 2011. It's amazing how long they've been around. And this is really, I really believe in the power not only of communities as standalone entities, but as the technology for optimizing communities get better and better, that 2 communities will be able to work together, or 5 or 100 communities, and that will be extremely, extremely powerful. I became deeply worried about the impact of what I call FAMGA, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. And in January of 2017, I wrote my first piece on the impact of that, how negative that was going to be, their ever-increasing share of tech market cap. And, FAMGA continues to, 5 years later, accelerate the pace at which it is, has all of the value getting created in the ecosystem. And for me, when Facebook rebranded to Meta, the most, I thought, cogent thing that somebody wrote on Twitter was Jack Dorsey. He said that it's not a surprise that Facebook is the first company and only company to go all in on the metaverse, because it's the only one of the big 5 companies that's still run by its founder. And so they're all here now. They're all coming after the metaverse. We're all here for the metaverse. The metaverse is the future. That's where we're all going. And I actually think that we're in a fucking war for the soul of the metaverse between the community and and FAMGA, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. And if we don't figure it out and get this into the hands of the masses, they're going to do it. And it feels epically like Star Wars. And we're the Alliance, and they're the Death Star. And, I think most of the time the Death Star wins, unfortunately. So we're in a fucking war for the soul of the metaverse. When I first got into crypto in 2017, I was so turned off by the vitriol. And I was going to do something about it. And very quickly I realized I couldn't do anything about it. And then I learned about the Altalina, which is a famous event in the history of Israel, where they actually sunk a boat that was going to bring them arms and killed Jews because they thought that it was going to be a revolution against them. And it turns out that, this is a fucking war, and revolutions are messy, and we need passionate people. If you got a bunch of passionate people, you're going to get that. And I really think now that the vitriol, I look at it more as a feature than a bug. One of the great things, actually, about this event is, for me personally, how little discussion there's been on prices being down. A lot of other events, that's like the main topic of conversation. And I'm all for people who are in your community for the money. Anybody who wants to come and help the community, I think you should give open arms to. But you just have to realize for the people who are there for the money, when the money leaves, those people are going to leave because they're not getting what they told that they could, that they were going to get. But obviously everybody wants money, but there's such a feeling that there's more going on here. But anyways, just to touch on the crypto crash, to me, having lived through the whole internet boom and crash, if you look back at Amazon, right, is that a bubble? Up 65x in a couple years. Well, is that a bubble and a crash? Down up 65x, down 95%. And in the context of time, it's not even a blip, right? In the context of what Amazon became. And to me, that's what it certainly feels like in crypto. And I mentioned that I only have 2 price targets that I've put out in 20 years. The second was on Bitcoin. I put $1 million price target out in Bitcoin in 2031. And I get there through math. And what gives me confidence is this, Amari's law, is the impact of all new great technology is overestimated in the short run and underestimated in the long run. And Bitcoin's, I think, the greatest technology I've certainly seen in my lifetime. And thank you. Let's fucking go.
Awesome speech. Thank you, Lou, for coming up here and sharing your expertise on community. We have a couple more talks before break. Up next, I'd like to introduce Fabian Riva of Kyva Network, who will be talking on filling the data lake, new frontiers, and decentralized storage.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me? Perfect. Hey, so I'm Fabian. I am the co-founder and CEO of Kyva Network. I am a software developer and got into the crypto space in, it was end of 2019, early 2020 actually. And I started out in the Arweave ecosystem. So I was always working with data storage and everything. And then I kind of got torn into the whole Kyva Network story. We're going to talk a bit about that. And basically what we're doing with Kyva is we are building a fully decentralized data lake. It's going to be very quick and easy talk, quick introduction to Kyva, some milestones, why we are building a decentralized data lake and why it's so important, and then just some question and answers if you guys have any. So right now there are a lot of fundamental problems when it comes to data management and data storage in Web3 and on a blockchain specifically. And the main problem to it is actually that data is pretty condensed. So first of all, quick question. Who of you guys is a blockchain developer and has worked with data storage? Not too many. All right, that's perfect. So basically, think about it the following way. You're building a company, right? And this company has to keep track of every single record they are doing on paper, print it out, put it in a warehouse. And after a while, if you're a successful company, you have this huge warehouse where you have to manage, well, tons and tons of paper, but there's actually no use for it, right? Because the only use you would have is, well, for some auditing cases, you might pull them up, but basically it just costs you a lot of money to maintain all of this warehouse and make all this data accessible in case someone needs it. And it's pretty obvious what happens next. It is basically lowers your profit on the whole thing, right? And the least thing we want to happen is companies kind of lowering profit just for kind of like some auditing purposes. That's like a very easy example of like the current blockchain space, because what all those blockchain networks do, and I think Solana is a pretty good example of that, is they are highly decentralized actually on the block creation process, but then actually storing the data just gets way too costly for them. So what they do is they start pruning the data and start deleting the data, and you actually run to the risk of centralizing data availability again to a point where actually for Solana, I think it is quite a case where there's one public archiving node to get all the data from, and that's the Solana Foundation itself. So we're actually running into a centralization problem if we don't start building some secure places for networks to offload their data into, right? And then it's also quite tricky to, well, retrieve all those large amounts of data, because how do you actually do it? There are multiple solutions out there. There's the graph, that's quite famous. For GraphQL access, Dune Analytics, for analytics purposes, but the problem is they actually all don't work with the native data. So basically what they have to do is they have to build their own custom indexing services that takes the data from one place, puts them into another, so you also run into the risk that there could be some malformed data. So how do you actually make sure that you're also working with the correct and valid data, right? And then it also comes into that if you're a developer, there are tons of different, data applications and data use cases you might even have in one app. If you're building like a profile page, a normal database is fine. If you're maybe building something with insurance, you need some more high-end data stack. But how do you really do it in Web3? And currently, there is no solution to that, right? There's also no way to cache state transitions. And what does it mean? It means that if we're working with a smart contract, what's going to happen is that if I transfer a token from A to B, I'm actually just subtracting my balance by 10 and adding it to B's person by 10, right? And if we want to replay that and actually get to the current result, it's a very kind of intense computational cost you have. But the problem is you cannot really cache it. Caching meaning you can store it in a different place, because then how can I trust this cache that it's doing a correct job? And actually then we are kind of starting to build, and this is a bit what's happening right now, like a 2008 financial situation, but for blockchain infrastructure, right? Because what's happening is right now we see a lot of hacks on bridges, hacks on ecosystems, because the underlying infrastructure isn't really supportive enough for everything that's going on. And so basically we could actually lead to a huge collapse in the whole market if we start kind of stacking up more and more and more insecure systems on top of each other that deal with some centralized points in some parts, because this is just a very easy, very important attack vector for them. And also the cost of distribution is crazy expensive as well. I mean, the only reason why we don't store NFT metadata on-chain on Ethereum, for example, is because the cost of storage is the most expensive gas call, right? And this is because for computation, it's easy. It's a one-time thing, and I have the new result. But let's say you have your NFT, and it has an ape image. You have to carry this around forever on tens of thousands of machines to keep it really, truly decentralized. So you cannot really optimize for computation in one part, but then data storage on the other part, because they are conflicting with each other, right? So that's kind of what the EVM model is, and why, actually so many NFTs are stored on Amazon S3 or something like that, because you just cannot simply afford storing all this information in your smart contract just by pure design, right? It's a pure design choice that this is impossible, because you don't want to start carrying around data forever. And this is until then we have Arweave and IPFS and file storage optimized blockchains kind of coming up that allow us really to now build the infrastructure of a fully decentralized data lake, making it then accessible kind of for everyone else to store the data in one place and then being able to access it. And so the whole Kyve story is kind of a very organic thing, actually. So me and my co-founder, we were working on a Arweave KYC project, and then one day came across a grant from Parity and Arweave to store Parity's data onto Arweave, because they realized this exact problem. We're oh, we have to find a way to kind of offlay our data to a different place where it's more optimized for data storage, because we know in the long run we actually can't afford it. And that's then what me and John, my co-founder, built out. And then we started realizing that actually all of the other ecosystems have the exact same problem. I mean, all of the EVM ecosystems do have the same EVM design problem, right? And there is not a real solution to anything, because even in Web 2, right, there are multiple reasons why you would choose this database over that database. It could be because you're more familiar with that. It could be because this fits kind of your choice. So it's really kind of dependent on where does the developer build in the end. And then we started reaching out to all of those layer ones, kind of like secured their initial support, started building out integrations for them. And then it got really, really interesting, because then we also came across actually data providers like Chainlink, like the Graph, and realized, well, actually, they have the same problem as well. How do they get the data and then monetize it? Like, how do they actually get the initial data, and how do they make sure that the data they work with is valid? Because just imagine the economic damage that happens if Chainlink would put up an incorrect price. And I think it happened for the whole UST story when that thing went down and Chainlink had to stop, right, the Oracle service on other EMMs. The price just crashed because suddenly you were working with incorrect data all over the place. So it's really, really important that we make sure that valid data and accessible data stays the base layer of all crypto transactions, because otherwise, in the long run, it's just going to all going down. And so this is how the whole Kyve story came along. And basically, the way it works is that Kyve fetches data from any data source. In this example here is a blockchain, stores it on permanent storage, like Arweave. We also support other storage backends like OnMachina, Filecoin, and so on. And then making this accessible in a raw form, really, to all projects out there. So like the Graph can utilize it, Covalent can utilize it, you can utilize it in your application. If you're building an NFT marketplace, you can actually store the data through Kyve on permanent storage and then having this accessible in your application, because you know that the data you'll be working with is actually correct. So the way this works and how we ensure that data actually stays valid is a proof-of-stake system. So we have two types of nodes. We have a Cosmos SDK-based chain that handles all the consensus. And then we have protocol nodes that are relaying the data via a runtime. And the runtime can really be anything. It can be getting the data from, well, near onto Arweave through Kyve. It can be actually decentralizing data. We actually have a cool use case in discussion right now where there's a platform from Region Network, and they have all this weather data that is a public good but centralized, and they want to make sure that this data stays accessible. So how do they solve it? And this is how they approached us and saying, hey, we kind of need to get this data decentralized. Can you guys help us with that? And that's actually what we're doing there. So you have a storage pool. This one is executing all of the runtimes and is handling the data relaying. And the storage pool requires a project to fund it. And then the funding gets paid out over time as staking rewards to the validators and to their delegators. And what's going to happen is if a storage pool ever runs out of funding, it pauses. And so it doesn't relay data anymore. And of course, then you're kind of in this critical phase. If you're building like an analytics tool, for example, on top of the data, you're always, of course, incentivized, right? Purchasing Kyve tokens, putting it up in the pool as funding to ensure that the system keeps on going, right? And if you don't do it, it's fine as well, because apparently then there is no demand in this new data being produced. And this leads to this really nice outcome that, for example, Bitcoin block 0 looks the same all over the world. It doesn't matter if you access it from China, from Europe, from America, it's all the same. And actually, once we took this piece of data and store it and validate it through Kyve, you could delete it in theory from anywhere in the world, because you know that Kyve has independently and fully decentralized validated this piece of data and made it accessible. And so basically the proof-of-stake mechanism that lies behind it, of course it's very important to ensure actually that the stake you are working with is high enough, right, to securely support the other bridges. Let's say, for example, you're building an AMM, you're using Kyve's data as your financial data, and the AMM has a TVL of $1.5 billion. Then I think it's a fair question to ask, well, is a stake in this pool of like $10 enough, right? Well, of course, no, it isn't. You have to provide then a stake that's high enough to secure the data efficiently, and if not, our governance can always step in and ensures that pools stay paused. You can set up a minimum staking amount to make sure that you never run into any security problems, because worst case that's going to happen is this data stream coming in is pausing and then not exposing anything other to risk. So as I already walked a bit through our story in it, so we started out, right, being the bounty from Parity and Arweave. It's actually a year ago, and it's quite an exciting journey. So we did a very big incentivized testnet. We had around 40,000 active participants. On that, it finished, I think, 2 months ago or 1.5 months ago. And now we're really just kind of paving the road to mainnet. We're looking for a mainnet launch in early Q4 this year to ensure that we get this economic security into our system and then allow others to already built with it. We already have any major L1 and L2 as our partner, mostly for archiving purposes, so making sure that those networks can stay scalable, are able to, well, get some backups in case. So like, for example, we had a very early day talk, and it really didn't age well, with Terra, where they were thinking about using Kyve as a decentralized quick sync for their nodes, where they say, actually, right now, we are providing this centralized snapshot to node operators, but it's a fair question to ask as a node operator, why should I trust, right, like the Terra foundation? Actually, why should I trust any foundation if I'm running my node? Because you, as a node operator at the end, have to take the risk of running it. If you execute some incorrect trades or something, you're getting slashed in a proof of stake system with that, and you are the one responsible for that. So in a truly decentralized world, you always have to find a place to get your initial data from when getting a chain, because you cannot just sync. On Ethereum, I think it takes months, actually, if you would sync from other nodes to get your nodes up to speed. So it has to be something that is like kind of like a really service for that to it. And then, yeah, we also have, I would say, all EVM supported chains. We have Bitcoin. If you're a developer, you can play around with it. We have one GraphQL indexer out there. You can do cross-chain analytics if you want to. We also have some teams right now building out a SQL stack to access the data. And just in general, if you're a developer, I can highly recommend playing around with our data, seeing what you can do. It allows tons of use cases really around it, and should make everyone's working with data much more easy and much more accessible. Are there any open questions now? Doesn't look like it. That's good. All right. Well, then, thank you very much. And yeah, if you want to kind of know more about Kyve, feel free to go to our app. It's app.kyve.network. You can play around with the current testnet. You can play around with the data there. Feel free to join us on Discord. We have a very active community of developers and node operators there. Or just, yeah, feel free to reach out. I will be staying here in front of the stage for a bit if you have any questions. So, yeah, thank you for having me.
Identifying critical infrastructure pitfalls in the space and then building solutions to those are crucial to the adoption, growth, and reputation of the overall space. So thank you again, Fabian, for coming up and presenting that. Up next, I'm proud to introduce you to one of the biggest gigabrains here at the whole conference. We have Maxim Zavershinsky of Pagoda speaking on how to be a Pagoda power user.
Hey everyone. So this is going to be a pretty technical talk, fair warning. And I'm going to talk about specifically the developers and the power users that use very narrow set of tools that they use to create very powerful applications on Near. So my name is Max. Some of you may already know me. I'm actually VP of Engineering in Pagoda, which used to be Near Inc. Before that, I was working at Google. I'm also the first employee at Near, and I did PhD in computer science.
Write it down on.
Why powerful tools? Because we want to cater to a specific narrow slice of the developers in Near ecosystem that build applications that create a very large value for the Near blockchain. And our company, Pagoda, is the one that builds actually majority of the developer tools for Near ecosystem. And so naturally, it is also our responsibility to build tools for the power users too. We're trying to address every step in developer journey, from the deep tech foundation to learning, all the way up to when your application is launched and successful. And today I'm going to walk through each of the steps and tell you about the powerful tools that we have there. So let's start with the deep tech foundation. So not many of you know, but actually Pagoda is the company that writes most of the code for the Layer 1 protocol itself. And if you are a power user, if you run a multi-million or in application on Near, things that you care about a lot are reliability. And we're proud to say that we had 0 downtime since mainnet was launched, specifically because we put so much effort into maintaining reliability and performance of the Near mainnet. We also serve a gigantic number of the RPC requests per second through our centralized RPC endpoint, which is used by majority of the ecosystem. And we also provide historical state access to anyone in this exactly the same manner. So this is actually a pretty difficult thing to achieve, to allow you to look up, as like the way you would do with a time machine, any state of the Near blockchain anytime in history, with the same latency that you would have with just regular RPC endpoint. And we're constantly working on integrations with other blockchains or powerful projects. So, you know, we have integration with Ethereum. We've been discussing integration with Cosmos, and there are other blockchains coming up too. So this is also something that we provide for our powered users, because sometimes developers, they launch initially their project on Ethereum, and then they have a token deployed there, but they want to move to Near. So what they do is that they keep their token on Ethereum blockchain, but they develop the rest of the functionality on Near, and they have user interactions actually done through the smart contracts running on Near. So this is how people leverage these integrations today. There are some features of Near blockchain that are very unique to Near. I mean, where else you're going to find a layer 1 that says, which virtual machine would you like to use? Like at Near, we have 3, right? We have WebAssembly virtual machine, EVM virtual machine, JavaScript virtual machine, and we're going to add more. Like, we're not stopping here. Like, we're going to get all of them. The move is being discussed right now. We also have such powerful runtime that we don't bother even optimizing smart contracts for it. You know, if you are an Ethereum developer, you probably know how much effort people put into optimizing the Solidity code. You know, they sometimes go into the assembly. With Near, people get sometimes so lazy that they can just put all of the HTML and JavaScript there. They call it Web4 hosting and serve it directly from the smart contract. In Ethereum world, like let's say Tornado Cache example, people would serve front end from the IPFS. With Near, you can jam the whole thing in the same smart contract, your front end, your business logic, and later I'm going to be talking also about like data aggregation and some tests, and just serve it like that. So this is specifically because our runtime is so powerful. So data aggregation. So what we're looking at right now is that we think we can replace some of the middleware of the apps built on a blockchain with our smart contract. Like we can literally allow you to build a piece of your middleware inside our smart contract. This is also pretty crazy. You will be able to have some data pre-aggregation right inside the smart contract. This is something that we are investigating. It's not done yet. But that will showcase the power of the Near runtime even more. And the light client of Near is actually exceptional. Like it's not like any other light client of any other blockchain that you know. So with Near, if you want to maintain, keep track of the blockchain and do the validation, you need only 2 headers a day. Like with Ethereum, you need every single header to actually maintain the light client. And we use this feature to build Ethereum bridge. But as a power user, you can use it for many other crazy things. For instance, you can use it to verify the results of the RPC responses that have been given to you by any RPC endpoint. You can use it inside the smart contract built on Near to verify validity of whatever other data has been generated on this blockchain. So even like a smart contract return result from another contract. So yeah, it's something that haven't been used much, but I think you can build a whole bunch of crazy, powerful stuff with it. And we also try to rethink how people learn when they're power users. Well, first of all, like if you're power users, you know that sometimes you just don't read documentation, right? You just go there, you tinker with the code, and this is what we're trying to heavily lean into. So what we released recently is called Forms that allows people to basically have a UI generated for the smart contract automatically. And with that, I think you will be able to learn much quicker because you can tinker not just with your smart contract, but with anyone else's smart contract. And you can immediately observe the results of your interaction through Explorer or through the developer console. We also have a library of the core contracts that are very polished. They're the pinnacle of the code writing on NEAR blockchain. You can learn from it. You can see some patterns in there. We did a lot of audits. Yeah, so that's how I think power users could learn too. And finally, awesome NEAR is something that's being built by the community. It hasn't been built by Pagoda. It's a great catalog of 800 projects where you can try to find some great ideas on what you want to build. And we also have a curated list of our own tutorials that will continue expanding. However, we're going to rethink our way of learning even further going forward. So one thing that we're considering adding is a project wizard, which will allow you, if you have an idea of you want to build, to just click through several steps and get the app running. If you don't know what you want to build, we're going to have a gallery of projects available for you that will allow you to explore things and maybe come up with your own ideas. So these are the things that are currently in works. Power users also prototype and develop differently. They think not in libraries, they think in stacks. So we have a JavaScript stack that covers every single need of a JavaScript developer building on Web3. So you already know about the JavaScript SDK from other talks. What you might not know is that actually it can run in 2 different modes. It can allow you to embed the JavaScript interpreter right into your smart contract, or you can have a JavaScript interpreter for multiple smart contracts. Our Workspaces.js is a testing framework that actually doesn't force a specific JavaScript testing framework on you. It allows you to choose your favorite JavaScript testing framework. And the wallet selector is actually something that we are building like right now. And I think it's already reaching the feature parity with Ethereum analogs. And going forward, it will be even richer and more powerful that you see in Ethereum space. So keep an eye on that. In our Rust stack, I think the most powerful thing is our, I mean, obviously SDK is being notorious. You know, many other blockchains actually learn and copy from it. But our CLI is something that hasn't been spoken enough of. So this CLI is quite unique. It's basically a modular CLI. Think of it as like cargo. You will be able to add new commands to the CLI by implementing your plugins. And we invite anyone in the community to come in and implement your own plugin for this NEAR CLI, whether it can be a plugin for the validators, traders, I don't know, developers. Just come in and start adding the plugins. It can be a hackathon project. We have also an upcoming data stack. So we intentionally try to make this data stack as simple and minimal as possible while addressing every single developer need at the same time with the data. Right now, we have RPC that we have already talked about that serves a gigantic amount of data right now for our blockchain. But we also have enhanced API that provides a more specialized set of the features for the developers, like the balances of the fungible tokens or the listings of the NFTs. And yeah, we expand the functionality of enhanced API. We have also self-hosted options. So if you don't want to use some of the centralized services built by NEAR, we're going to be expanding together with community self-hosted options. So right now, you can run your own data lake framework indexer and extract any kind of data from the blockchain, even in a historical way. And finally, the thing that I already mentioned, we're going to be exploring on-chain data aggregation just because we can, and it will be able to replace a lot of the middleware for some of the DApps. All right, so how do power users on NEAR do building and deployment? Well, first of all, the thing that they care the most, based on the feedback, is reproducibility of the builds. And you probably know that even in Ethereum space, where the compilation of Solidity is pretty straightforward, it is still a pain, right? It's still compiler version dependent. In NEAR, we compile Rust to WASM and JavaScript to WASM. And it is generally known to be a challenge to make a reproducible Rust compilation. But we pushed it to reproducibility as close as possible. And in most of the cases, I think, like practically speaking, it should be reproducible. Our builds, and very likely we're going to make it 100% reproducible in the future too. Why do you want reproducible builds? This is because you want to prove to your users that whatever WASM file you have deployed actually corresponds to the source code that you put on a GitHub, so they can verify that they can trust you. As I mentioned already, we have built-in and separate JavaScript runtime, depending on what do you prefer. Most of the developers prefer built-in JavaScript runtime, but it costs them extra tokens to deploy such smart contracts. Another powerful feature that is kind of taken for granted in Solidity space is API generation. So we have added it recently, and we started integrating APIs like everywhere in our tools. I think it's also going to be a powerful feature. And finally, check out this community-built project called NEARPages, which is basically a web for hosting. All right, so what are we going to add in the future? So we're going to help you with publishing your source code and APIs. We're going to have a source code and API registry, which is going to be hosted by Pagoda. It's going to be a centralized service, similar to Etherscan. And we're also going to provide you attestation to the source code, so you'll be able to see that Pagoda was indeed able to replicate the code compilation and API generation. Many users will actually deeply care about it, especially the users of the DeFi applications running on Near, because again, they want to know that they can trust this code. We're going to have a bidirectional integration with AstroDAO. So this is something, again, that really big projects do by default. You know, like as soon as your project hits certain evaluation, you actually switch from having a centralized private key owning all of the deployment of your smart contract to having either multi-sig or a DAO controlling it. So we're going to add this function into our developer console so that you'll be able to just check a box and have a DAO-governed project there. And what I'm already mentioned is everything contracts. So we're going to investigate in just allowing you to have a single contract that runs both front-end, data aggregation, business logic, and tests all in one. This is still an idea, but we are investigating it. So if you care about that, please let us know. We might prioritize it. And finally, actually, something that some people want is non-local builds, because they don't want to have the complex build set up locally, or they want to try multiple languages. So they sometimes would want us just to build it for them, and at the same time, maybe even upload the source code and API to our registry automatically. So this we're going to be considering adding too. So testing and simulation is something that power users care very deeply about. Again, because power users usually mean that they work on high-value applications, and high-value applications need to be like waterproof, and therefore the testing is super critical in there. So what we try to do with Pagoda, we try to make the testing as easy as possible. Right now, we have 2 languages in which you can write tests. We're going to be adding more. We don't want you to choose to learn new language to write tests on Near, so you can use JavaScript or Rust today, which covers quite a lot of developers. This actually makes the tests are actually language agnostic. I'm sorry, I mean smart contract agnostic. So you can have a smart contract written in Rust, but test written in JavaScript. And this is pretty great because you can actually reuse someone else's tests, specifically tests written for some standard. We're going to be adding also potentially adding individual testing environments, like an ability for you to spin out your own hermetic test net just to test your application, because you don't want to have interference with other applications running on testnet, because today many of the power users actually test directly on the testnet. This might be a feature that we're going to be adding to developer console. We also put quite a lot of work in making sure our tests are super precise, like they execute the way your application would execute in production. Again, something you shouldn't be taking for granted in a blockchain world, but the way we solved it is that we actually spin out a single node, so a single tiny blockchain every time you run a test. That's what we do for you, which makes it a perfect simulation. You can have minute spooning and time travel and gas profile and all these power features that you actually have in Ethereum world, but you might not have in other blockchains. And we even looking into tracing and other kind of diagnostic and debuggability of test writing. And also, we want you to spend less time on your testing, but get more of the results. So today, if you want to secure your smart contracts, what you do is actually sometimes come to Pagoda and you ask us to recommend you some of the security auditors. So this is what we do for many high-value applications today. But in the future, we might externalize it. We might also add stress testing. We might add the testing history, all other kind of features that you see in very powerful IDEs that do the testing for you. And finally, once your application is launched, what you want to do is you want to have full control over it through the observation, and you also want to incrementally optimize it to make it even better. So obviously, we have Explorer. There are multiple Explorers actually on Near blockchain. The Pagoda one is frequently the default one for the power users. We also have contract analytics in a developer console that allows you to look at the basic stats. And this contract analytics will expand in the future and will become business intelligence, basically, thing that will allow you to even optimize your business, not just the smart contract. Today, you can also use alerts and triggers to subscribe to various events, like someone is trying to pull liquidity from your DApp, and you want to be woken up by the phone call so that you can do something about it. You can do that already today. You can subscribe to this kind of events through the Telegram, and we're going to be adding even more sophisticated triggers and alerts mechanisms together with integrations of other various alerting systems. And as I said, we're also going to be adding ability for you to have business insights into your DApp and even maybe give you suggestions of what you can improve there so that you could grow your user base or have a higher impact. So that was a pretty brief overview of the power features that we provide for our developers and what we're going to be considering adding in the future. But you don't need to wait for us. You don't need to wait for Pagoda to create those tools and add those features. You can actually do it as a part of the community. And what you can do, if you know what you want to have and Pagoda is not implementing it yet, you can actually just join workgroup calls and propose it. You can submit a near enhancement proposal to build this kind of tool. If you don't know what you want and you just have some vague idea, you can actually join community groups and brainstorm with everyone what could be done. Or you can create your own community group. For instance, today we don't have tools community group, but you can actually create one. So feel free to do it. Contact us, check out this URL link, or visit our booth. This talk actually has already happened on Monday, so check out the recording by Ori. Yeah, let's develop power tools together. Thank you.
Hey. So we're at the home stretch, right? I lost my voice, a lot of my dignity. Thank you all for building with us, and this is Dragon's Den. This is where it happens. 10 top teams will get to pitch on the main stage in front of Ilya, Marik, and Alex. They're there, they're hiding behind the comb so you wouldn't see them. Not to put any more stress on you. So it's going to be like that. Each team will have to present in 3 minutes or less. We will have a big timer here on the main stage, right? So if you go over 3 minutes, I will have to put you on a hard stop. I will just take the microphone from you, physically. I hope that's understandable. Please don't be offended. And then our judges will get an opportunity to ask you just 1 or 2 questions. And please be brief, because you will get 3 minutes to listen to the questions and to answer them. After 9 team speech, we will choose the winner. Not I won't choose, they will choose. They will choose just one winner, and the winner will get 10K as a tip, in addition to their main prize, if they get a main prize. So I think the rules are clear. Please give it up for our judges, Ilya, Marik, and Alex. Please be nice. I'm the evil policeman here. So the first team actually to pitch on the main stage is Open Golf. Give it up for them. Just a little round of applause because it's hard to be the first. Introduce yourself and then go.
All right. Thank you, Near family. My name is Dustin DC Cantor, aka Mayor of the Mic. In 2018, ran for mayor of Washington, D.C., and talked to all sorts of people about discrimination and corruption that exists in the hiring, specifically in public service. This is the clicker? Which button? Restart the timer, restart the timer.
Yeah, we'll reset the timer.
Yeah, okay.
We'll get you 20 seconds back, I promise.
All right. So Harvard Business Review, 36% more whites than blacks are receiving a callback for the next interview. 24% more whites than Latinos. United States Attorney's Office is having to collect $390,000 because people are working on our public works projects like Amtrak, the rail system, without a current certification. Lots of discrimination, lots of corruption. We know it's a problem. What are we going to do about it? We have a solution, and we're calling it ACE. ACE is an ecosystem with smart contracts built on NEAR. Vladimir, our developer, worked on the Clear Certificate Smart Contract this week. Go to our dev post to take a look at the demonstration inside of our YouTube video. As you can see, colleges, universities, training academies, education centers are our partners that are already certifying folks. We are going to work with them to bring their off-chain certificates on-chain. We have a plan to have the applicants, certifiers, and employers all in one ecosystem, and there will be a government hiring job portal for various cities, various counties, states, and federal governments. Our go-to-market plan is working with municipalities, specifically public works, chief technology officer offices, and so forth. Mónica, I told you we'd have a proposal for 1 million NEAR. This is our 3-phase approach. We have details behind the first phase. We have leads that we've talked to at blockchain events. And this is our diverse team. The real champion is Vladimir. He's our sole developer and had his first smart contract deployed this week. Let's give a hand for Vladimir. We have some more information. This story really came about from working in communities and listening to real problems that exist. There was an article published in the UK Tech News by Mónica about why diversity is important in Web3. That's who we are. ClearGov, thank you so much, everyone.
And there you go back for the questions.
All right, I don't need this.
Thank you. Maybe you need. There you go. Any questions from the judges?
I mean, assuming that the current organizations are corrupt, why do you think they will actually accept this and start using it?
Well, we already have verbal confirmation of interest. And when you have government officials that say they are anti-corruption or anti-discrimination, what are their solutions? We're providing a solution. And we're specifically targeting in our go-to-market plan those that have an annual blockchain event in their municipality of 5,000 people or more and have at least 1,000 jobs open currently within a 25-mile radius.
How do you make money?
How do we make money? Yeah, well, as you can see up on the screen, Angela did a wonderful job in Figma in showing what the job portal is going to look like. And there is a salary that is attributed for a job. Now, in the Web 2 world, headhunters and recruiting firms can have a 1%, 10%, upwards of a 30% commission for job placement of a candidate into an organization. So we know that money already exists within this model of recruitment. And we have to apply more design thinking beyond a 3-day hackathon to have the best answer possible for that.
Thank you, Project OpenGov. Now I'll have to kick you out of stage.
All right.
And good luck. And I invite the Hermes Protocol. Give it up for them. Just one green button, and then look at the screen. You'll see the timer.
Hey, everyone. My name is Sergio from Hermes Protocol. So before I get into explain what Hermes is, let's talk briefly about the problem we're trying to to solve. Oh, here. All right, thanks. So basically, we are taking communication for granted in Web3. Why? On Web 2, people sign in with Facebook, sign in with Google. Once you do this, you're giving the web apps your email address, and that works as a way to communicate. It works as a way to deliver notifications for whatever information might interest you. A new friend had added you on Facebook, an item you sold on eBay, et cetera, et cetera. On Web 3, this doesn't happen. You connect your wallet, you're anonymous, that's great, but how can you get the inside scoop? How can you get the information sent to you that matters to you? And not only that, how can you actually control it in a way that you don't receive spam and it's only the things that matter to you? So Hermes Protocol is a notification as a service, 100% free for users. We'll get into the business details afterwards. And basically, what we are doing is we're reading the blockchain data in real time, parsing it, and making it into easy notifications that people can subscribe to, and then they get the notifications through the Discord, Telegram, or Twitter. These can be sent to direct messages or to public channels on servers. Here are some examples. So on the right side, we can see a direct message from our Discord bot. It's already on around 200 servers. In this specific case, we're showing a transfer from Anna, one of our team members, to herself, sending some NEAR. And on the left side, we're seeing the Hermes bot used as a sales tracker for an NFT collection. So it's sending the traits of the NFT, including a rarity percentage, on a channel that everyone on that server can see. So this not only works for private communication, but also public channels. Another example here we have on the left side, Anchor Protocol, which I guess some of you might know from the Terra collapse. They actually used Hermes Protocol to subscribe to notification alerts of governance proposals. So you can see here the bot automatically creates a thread so that people can comment on it, but it's done on a read-only channel. So the only threads can be posted when people can comment on said threads. And on the right side, we have a demo of the Telegram bot as well. So future is near. We're excited to be here. Thank you, and open to questions.
How do you see expanding beyond this? Because I think it's true that people right now don't have good notifications, but I think the interesting part is how to integrate this with wallets.
Thank you. There we go. So what we have just shown is the consumer side of the platform. We actually have planned out and are already building APIs so that dApps can integrate with us. And the way that's going to work, because we're fixing a communication problem, right? So the way it's going to work is that applications, front ends like NFT marketplaces or whatever, DEXs, they will have a button or a tick box or whatever you want, subscribe to this alert. So on DEXs, it's interesting to know when new pairs are sent to the, there's a new liquidity pool basically for NFT marketplaces, new NFT collections, et cetera. When that happens, the user signs a message that our API asks the front end to show that to the user and sign. And then we get that signature so that we know that the user authorized that subscription. And then whenever they trigger an alert off-chain, in this case it's off-chain, then we route the information to where the user has the default, so either Discord or Telegram, etc. If you know Zapier, if this and that, Integromat, whatever, it's going to work very similar from the user's perspective. You really pick and choose where you want to get it.
A very short question. So Hermes, is it going through your centralized servers, or is it a decentralized protocol where anyone can join to send the notifications?
It's a mixed bag, right? So we are planning to have the entire notifications layer built on chain so that everything can be done through smart contracts, and we actually have a really good partner called Andromeda Protocol to use this as a Lego building block, and it's going to be working fully on chain. But for now, using APIs, that's going to go to our servers. On one hand, it is going to be centralized on one entity, ourselves and the service provider, Cloudflare, but we're doing almost the entire infrastructure running on Cloudflare Workers, which is our serverless platform. So in terms of an availability, honestly, I mean, in terms of decentralization, there's multiple aspects and pros and cons to it, right? So I think that being present in 193 cities across the globe is going to be pretty resilient.
So the money question, how do you make money?
Right. So
6 seconds to answer.
Yeah. I'll try to be really quick. I need some more time. I mean, they had a battery. So this following with Ilya's question, he asked like, how does it integrate with other apps, right? So when people subscribe to these alerts, it's going to be a very similar business model to MailChimp, Sendinblue, SendGrid, so mass mailing, except that instead of emails, we're using wallet addresses. So basically, dApps build lists of wallet addresses of people that might be interested. They have to get their users' permission, of course, but once people give that permission, then they can send out notifications whenever they have new updates or whatever, and that's charged at a very small fee. But there are more things in plan, airdrop notifications, etc. I mean, I could talk, but
thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the team Hermes Protocol, and we invite to the stage the next team, Seed Web3 Career Hub. Here you go with the clicker. Just for the audience, right? There is one button, and it's green, and it's big. Just press it. Here you go. Timer is here. You can go to the center of the stage. Oh, OK.
This is irrefutable evidence that the defendant is lying. Special Agent Henry, FBI.
So I hope you all enjoyed our Hollywood production. My name is Constance. My team and I, we are representing near Singapore. And as we know that many capital cities, especially in Asia, like Singapore, Shanghai, Tokyo, they have very extremely competitive job market. We receive a lot of requests of people looking for a job, looking for talent every day, all the time. And one question we got asked most of the time is, do you know this person or do you know this company? I mean, there's LinkedIn profile, there's CVs and all that, but there's little trust. So we're tackling this problem from 3 aspects. 1, verified experience. You're able to experience and send requests to the money to verify for you. The action of verification will trigger and issue a text NFT. Don't worry if your profile will be empty if you're coming from Web 2, just like most of our guild members. You're still able to key in the experiences, just that it won't appear as a verified NFT. Other than that, you can also invite the company to join. And for this, we're using text-based non-transferable ERC 721 building on Aurora. And second, Glory badges. This function acts like the POAP. For the issuer, it's a proof of impact. For the receiver, it's a proof of the glory moments. We're using ERC 1155 multi-token standard. Maintain is time-locked and connected to covalent API to get the transaction details. And last one will be on-chain endorsement. This is the function that I like the most. Our identity shouldn't only be involved around our hard skills. Our connections and memories with our mentors, our friends and teammates complete us. With on-chain endorsement, we can seal it and take it everywhere forever. For this, we're using text-based non-transferable ERC 721 as well. Okay, so these three components will make up your Web3 profile. We're hoping to leverage on our existing Southeast Asia community, starting with 700K potential Web3 dev and 50K CS students, and reaching to the total addressable market of 1 billion users.
I'm afraid you're out of time, Constance. I'm so sorry. If you have any questions.
How do you go to market? Because this is about basically getting rid of LinkedIn. How do you do that?
How do I go to market?
Yeah.
We already have the market. It's built on demand. So in our community, we've got 700 members right now, and they are constantly looking for jobs, looking for talent, and currently we're like manually collecting information and personally endorse and connect them. I mean, it gets the job done, but it's quite limited. It's very manual. So we hope to solve the problem the Web3 way.
Have you considered various ways of incentivizing people to onboard?
Yes, maybe you can give us advice on that.
So obviously, in case the garbage comes in, the garbage is going to come out. How do you need to verify the person when he creates his profile? Do you have a KYC provider, or how it is working?
Right, so I mean, you exist in Web 2, but we don't want to connect Web 2 identity with the Web 3 identity. So you can actually redefine yourself in Web 3. And yeah, for your Web 3 profile, it has to be genuine and authentic with all the on-chain verification, and that's all you'll need.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Seed
All
Web
right.
3 Career
Thank you so much.
Hub.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. And the next team to present is Marketing on Near.
Is this thing on? Is it on? We good to go?
Big
Yeah, I'm
green
good to go.
Remember? Okay.
I just want to say I'm glad I got my nice shirt on today. Oh, we started. All right, cool. Marketing is Near, the ad service for Near. Let's get started. So, marketing is hard, right? Projects need to grow, but it's one of the hardest things out there. A good project isn't enough. You also need a good strategy. You need a target audience. You need people to market to. But that can be hard in bear markets or when there's poor liquidity. If we consider the NFT trading liquidity on Near and compare it to other platforms, for example, looking at the 30-day trading volume and the last 30 days, we can see that Near has on the leading marketplaces, has a lot less liquidity than a lot of these other guys, even though proportionally it should be a lot more. So how can we increase this? Well, our product marketing is Near. We want to basically be the Google ad service on Near. So what that means is bringing Web 2 marketing to Web 3 by displaying targeted ads based on on-chain user data, which is publicly available and doesn't make use of cookies, which is great. We also using a machine learning-based approach. And because there's a lot of noise in crypto, so we want to reduce that as much as possible. And it's very efficient. It's cost-effective because the advertising is very targeted. So who can we help? Any business on Near. Any business on Near we can help. NFT marketplaces, exchanges, gaming studios, everything you see there. Anyone who wants better marketing, we can connect all of them. So what we offer is two main products. The first one is a tailored advertisement to users of the Near wallet, because we're using the interactions of their wallet in terms of the on-chain data to inform our advertisements. And that's optimized using our machine learning. No breach of privacy in that case, which is really good. And the next part is kind of we're a market maker that's connecting the people who are happy to host ads on their site with those that want to push them out there. And this is beneficial for everyone because the publisher get paid for hosting ads, and they profit from creators who are there to pay for the ads. And they will obviously profit from the fact that potentially a marketplace that wants to host ads will have lots of traffic and they'll be able to push out their product further. The ad creator can sort of tweak their campaign to either reach people who are maybe already interested in their product, maybe they own a certain NFT and you want to sell them another one, or you can target it to a new community that may be interested based on what's in their wallet and the sort of transactions and interactions they've had. How does it work? Well, we get a JavaScript injection into the user's Near wallet, and that's put into the host website who wants to host the ad. And then we can analyze their blockchain interactions and recommend them similar products based on their user profile. In terms of business model, because we're connecting the ad hosts with the people that want to put them out there, we can take a cut in the middle. And ideally, we would also like to have a way to sort of incentivize users for interacting with ads in terms of people viewing them, maybe giving them a portion of our profits. And for the people putting out the ads, we'll have an auction mechanism so that the more they want their ads out there, the more they can pay for them. The future would be, like I said, to incorporate token, but actually the really big one is we want to build on Near. We want to be a Near native, but we want to actually be able to be interoperable with other blockchains as much as possible. We need time and funding and better API, and that's our team, and that's done. Thank you very much.
There you go.
There you go. Just about made it there, just about. Any questions? Yeah.
I mean, really cool idea. I think one question is, how do you bootstrap the kind of initial inventory of ads such that the websites want to integrate it? Because so it actually they receive something.
Of course. I mean, think of a typical website you may go on, and it may show you recommended things like, I don't know, Amazon or eBay, shows you other recommended items, or we can obviously have a slightly more optimized strategy for that. So that's kind of like one main service. And then obviously, we would have to work with I think people would want to work with us because we can literally get them more customers, we can make them more money. It benefits us in the process, it benefits Near in the process. And, we'd have to work with them to get what they need. But we can have multiple ads, and we have very good ad fatigue mechanisms so that we can optimize how people are seeing it and make the most of it, really, yeah.
So if that's not a blocker, what's the biggest blocker to being adopted, you think?
What's the biggest blocker to being adopted? That's a very good question. Give me 2 seconds to think about that. It looks like I've got a minute 58 to think about it.
So as a suggestion, you can actually bootstrap by actually just advertising existing, without them needing to interact with you. You can advertise existing collections and apps, get people to just predict what's the next action that user would want to take,
of course.
and then advertise that to bootstrap the usage.
No, thank you very much. That's really good. I mean, it's also, in a lot of these examples, I spoke about NFTs, but really, because we're looking at on-chain data, it can be DeFi protocols you're providing liquidity to, it can be games you're playing, anything. And so, yeah, we could definitely without even a user, in terms of the advertiser providing ads, we could just look at what they already provide, whether it be NFTs they've got on a marketplace, and we can take the data from there without them providing anything to us. I think there's a lot of ways we can do it, and it could be really, really good.
Yeah.
At the moment, this looks very like a Web2 business, B2B kind of model, and that's okay, no problem. Are you looking forward into introducing some paybacks to the users for interacting with the ads, with the token or whatever? What is the plan there?
So that's definitely something I think we didn't really have much time to think about in the last few days, because obviously we could incorporate a token right now, blah, 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 it all works, but then we have to think, okay, do we want our own token, do we want to use Near, do they have to then create a new wallet, how do they get those funds, what do those funds do? But I think it may be something to do with, I think a really cool idea would be to partner with the projects that want to advertise and see if we can maybe provide some incentives. For example, if a customer is really interested in their product, maybe they can use our token or use the other project's token, to get reduced trading fees on an NFT marketplace, or give them mints, or in a DeFi protocol, it could be through boosts in liquidity pools, things like that.
Alternative option would be to partner with Brave, because they already have basic attention token. And obviously they can get more information, and they integrated Near and Aurora. So.
Yeah, we actually, my founder actually literally spoke to them the other day, so yeah, already in the works.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Can I get a video like this on the stage?
Let's invite the next team to the stage. Please get out. That's how we do it.
Out.
Great job.
Testing.
The next team we invite is Grant. Give it up.
Hello, hello. My name's Sam, and this was my first introduction to Web3, so it's great to be on stage. That's crazy. So I'm going to jump straight in. I'm going to go very fast. I'm very sorry. So the internet is responsible for 3.7% of all global carbon emissions. That's not great. Every time we send data from a server to you, the client, we're transferring data which is using energy, therefore burning emissions. especially in 2 out of 3 cases where the energy is coming from an unsustainable source. So one way we can solve this is by reducing a website's page weight, right? And for this hackathon, I want to focus on a very particular group of images on a page that we all hate. And I'm really sorry, marketing engineer, you're going to hate me, but it's ads, right? None of us like ads. And ads can make up anywhere from between 18 to 70% of a page weight for a regular web page, which is a staggering amount. Now, you might already be thinking, I can switch on an ad blocker and already do this. Well, you're not considering the creator because they miss out on the money that they would have made from serving up the adverts. So my problem statement was, how can we use Near to reduce our digital carbon footprint, all while promoting a creator economy? So I built Pomegranate. I'm going to show you with a demo. Hopefully this is going to work. We're going to rely on past Sam to run it through. Cool. So you can see here we're on the Pomegranate web page. I'm going to hit Get Started. Then it's going to prompt you to sign in with your Near wallet. You can see it's requesting a full access token. Good stuff. Choosing an account, hitting Next. Good. OK, now it's prompting us that we haven't got the Pomegranate extension installed. So we've installed it, and now we're hitting Link Account. That's sent our Near information to Pomegranate, which is up there now and says we're logged in, which is great. I've set up a test web page, just a blog post, and you might see that there are a couple of ads on this page, which are no good, no fun. So what I'm going to do is open the Pomegranate extension, and we can see that Pomegranate is enabled on this site. And we can see the address of the owner of this website up the top. And we can see that by enabling Pomegranate, we'll reduce the page weight by 23%. That number's right, by the way. It works it out in real time. And then we can choose to support if we want to. And we can see the number of carbon that's been saved and the Near that's donated. You can see as I hit support, what happens is the ads disappear from the page. We've told the page, this person's trusted, we know who they are, you don't need to show them adverts anymore, and we start to stream them a very small amount of Near as compensation for them not showing us adverts. We can also see that the numbers for carbon have started to go up, as whenever we'd be served ads, we'd be burning carbon. We're now not anymore. Burning carbon, releasing carbon. Good stuff. Cool. Sorry, past Sam needs to catch up with me. I'm going too fast now. Good stuff. I got 10 seconds. Bloody hell. OK, keep going, keep going. OK, so to add, as a creator, to add Pomegranate to your website, all you have to do is add 2 lines of code. Near is a perfect tool because it's carbon neutral, which means we're not using any carbon to send funds to and from people. We use an abundance of Near features to do it, and there's some challenges, and thank you very much. OK, cool.
Any questions to Sam?
So I'm assuming the idea that website builders want to integrate this because otherwise people will just install Adblock and like what's the dynamic between websites integrating this, users installing Chrome extension, and pretty much things like Brave, which are already kind of doing and removing ads?
I knew Brave was going to come up, so I did my homework. So Brave only has 62 million monthly active users compared to Chrome's 2.6 billion. So Chrome extension is the perfect tool to do this. As for the other comments, creators will lose out if people use an ad blocker. So it's kind of like an ad blocker alternative. People already pay for YouTube Premium to not have ads on YouTube, for example. Why shouldn't they on smaller creators' websites?
But like, I guess like, does your JavaScript add like a thing on top saying if you don't want to see ads, install Pomegranate? That
absolutely could be done. Not in the scope of this hackathon, but yes, you could have a little alert that pops up and says, hey, if you don't want to see ads, do it. We pass down information to the client. Client's code can then decide how they want to execute it. It might be to remove ads. It might be to increase functionality. It might be to show a pop-up or an alert. Absolutely up to the creator.
Idea looks good. How are you going to deal with the kind of generic move in the ads being inside of the content instead of kind of pop-ups?
So we let the creators of the websites deal with it, basically. So we pass down true or false, effectively, at the end of the day, right? Are they enabled on this, or are they not? And so what content is displayed, what ads are displayed, what ads are not displayed is totally in the hands of the creator of the website. It's better not to force something on them and let them choose how they want to integrate it, because maybe they have different ads from different providers on the same page, and maybe they want to enable some and not others.
Do you use some kind of engine to remove the ads?
Sorry?
Do you use some kind of engine to remove the ads?
No. So
just inside of the ad?
Chrome extensions talking to the page, page is listening for Chrome extensions, bit of verification happening in there, and then depending on that, the client can decide what they want to do.
Okay.
So how do we get like Forbes to set it up?
So you're absolutely right, yeah. So how the hell do you roll it out? I think the tip is to target a couple of big creators, right? Get them using it, get it on their platform, hopefully with a large volume of users, and hopefully we'll start to see some adoption. I think especially there's sites out there like Patreon, where people pay money every month to support their creators. They don't get anything back necessarily. For this, they have an ad-free experience. Yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Great speech. And the next team is Omomo Leveraged.
Hey guys, my name is Mike, and today I'm represent Omomo money market protocol and his feature Omomo Leverage. So they realized that we have a lack of instruments in DeFi and utilization of capital on NEAR in general. And there is no leverage trading, especially decentralized. What we want to build, yeah? We want to build truly decentralized project and with all transactions on chain. We want to boost trading volume of refinance as well. We want to use deep liquidity of lending borrowing protocols. So how it works? Let's imagine Alice has $1,000 and want to open leverage position of NEAR long. And she goes to our platform and deposit her $1,000. Smart contracts lend, borrow 9,000 and goes to the refinance and put ref on ref near to $10,000. After that, she just hold it on a smart contract. Let's imagine NEAR double his price, and she wants to close her position in profit. She get back, put the button, smart contract goes to a refinance, sell NEAR position to a pool, get back, repay her borrow, and the rest move to the smart contract, to her wallet. What about challenges? The challenges was it's connected Omomo Finance, connecting ref, and connected our existing protocol. And testing, especially testing, because there are a lot of cross-country contracts. What's next? We really want to build this product in the nearest future. We want to add additional leverage risks. We want to create and launch liquidation bot, and to connect decentralized Oracle, price Oracle. Here's our team. I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So how can things go wrong for Alice? She puts $1,000 in, but how does it go wrong?
I think she should believe if NEAR will move.
And what if it doesn't go up?
Yeah, because if she wrongs, what will happen in that today? Just imagine that she put these positions and NEAR price just dropped to the 10%. Our liquidation bot goes to a smart contract, gives call. The position is closed on the NEAR. Her smart contract repay her debt.
Okay.
And the difference moves from her deposit to repay the debt in full. So she will lose this difference between dropped price and her deposit. Difference could be more than her first deposit.
How do you deal with slippage on refinance? Like,
we at moment we going to implement just huge pools, which has low slippages. For example, NEAR, RAPDTC, if, and so on. Maybe stable coins to each other. Yeah? In the future, they think we will connect our DEXs when ecosystem will grow and split it between different exchanges.
why do you want to connect to a MoMA lending? Why cannot you connect to existing or other lending protocols and source liquidity from them?
Yeah, because if we connect, for example, to Bureau, yeah, they don't allow us to lend, to borrow more than our deposit. If we own liquidity and we're lending pool on our, borrowing pool on our platform, we can afford it because our smarter control it. If we will go to a bureau with this protocol and make some connections and implement like white label solution to them, it could be.
Would the borrowing rate for the position be dynamic?
It depends. It depends on the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Money is here, yeah, commission.
Thank you so much. And the next team to present is actually going to present as a team. Please welcome the Carbon Games. No team? Where is the rest? Which team was going to present us? Oh, okay. So she's going to present alone.
Just me.
Welcome.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, and you can see the timer in there.
Okay, great. Hi,
Here
I'm
you go.
Isida, and I'm the co-founder of the Carbon Games. The issue we are trying to solve is that of rewarding users for lowering their CO2 emissions. And we think this is a problem that everyone faces, like we've seen in these presentations, but for these 11,000 companies in the EU, it's more urgent because the government will charge them a fine if they don't show that they've lowered their emissions year by year. Next, we'll see a video of our solution that we built to address this problem.
Sarah's at NEARCON, and she just signed up to use the Carbon Games event carpooling app. She hopes to find other attendees with whom she can carpool to one of the side events tonight. First, she edits her profile page to add a username. Done. Now, she changes her avatar image. Done. She sees an option to connect or create a Near wallet, but she doesn't own one. She clicks on Create Wallet. And voila. A few seconds later, she's been assigned a Near wallet address. She receives an instant notification that she was just airdropped an NFT for this. She checks out her wallet page where she can view this NFT. Cool. Sarah goes back to the main screen to find a carpool. She wants to go to the Metapoly IRL game event and clicks on Join Carpool. She immediately sees that another attendee, Amy, has offered a carpool to the same event. And Sarah can reserve a seat in Amy's car. Once Amy accepts the request, Sarah receives details of pickup and drop. Amy can also chat with Sarah to coordinate the pickup and begin the journey. When they arrive at the event, Amy confirms that the carpool is complete and can view how much CO2 she saved by carpool. What's more, they both receive NFTs for completing their first carpool. That's how easy it is to get started with the Carbon Games and credit NFTs and more rewards for cutting down on your CO2 emissions. Stay tuned for more. Sarah's at NEARCON.
Great. So we use the Near JavaScript SDK, and what we're most proud of is how easy it was for Sarah to create the Near wallet. She didn't even know that she was interacting with a blockchain. Here is our monetization strategy. We'll partner with event managers, charge them to list their events. We'll have premium user accounts, and the future will be to charge corporates for their commuters. We plan to grow to 12 major European cities in the next 12 months, and we'll be at the Web Summit this year. This is our team, 12 members, 4 women. We all care about the environment. Download our app, test it out, and give us your feedback. Thank you very much.
Good time.
So adoption, tell me more about the event. How does that work?
Yeah, so you can actually all try today, and the example we showed is the after event at our studios. We've listed all the events for now, but we plan to partner with Near or the Web Summit actually in the future to add all of their details. And people will just be able to click on it and join carpool, offer carpool, we also have an option to create a meetup, be together, and then call Uber if there is no carpool available. But again, we're taking one car off the road. Also, if you download the app, this link will be in every account, so you can easily share it with another person. They can download the app next.
How do you see building your own app versus trying to partner with Uber, with Bolt, kind of actually getting it integrated there?
That could be something in the future. We're not against it. But we are a lot more limited right now to specific, not strangers. We don't want them to carpool with just anyone. They carpool with someone to go to an event. They have similar interests, or they carpool with someone to go to work. They already kind of know that person. You're not with complete strangers, so it takes that danger out of the situation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more teams to go, so cheer up. It's been a lot of hard work and a lot of team members, so we decided to let them all go on stage to pitch our next project, OnlyFans.
Hi, everyone. GM. Has anyone been to Eat Denver before? Okay,
Yes.
Ilya, would you mind? Thank you. I'd like to welcome my amazing team up here. Please give them a warm round of applause. We did not know each other before Sunday. None of us knew each other before Sunday. Incredible. And then, would you be willing to full screen?
Full screen?
Oh, sure.
You do it.
Sure thing. Play, and then full screen. Okay, come up.
Have you ever funded a...
Oh, my timer started? All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Derek Coleman, and I'm very proud to be introducing you all to OnlyFunds, the Web3 fundraising platform that helps to solve exactly one key pain point that I want to check we all know about. Has anyone here ever funded a project on Kickstarter? Okay, you need to be more generous. Has anyone ever contributed to an ICO in 2017? I'm sorry for your loss. Has anyone ever minted an NFT over the past year? And has anyone ever been disappointed that the team either completely disappeared or went in a direction that was completely different from what they promised? So we all know the pain. We've either experienced it or known somebody who donated money to something they believed in, but then they had no power over the funds once they had been given. We wanted to create a Web3 smart contract that empowered the backers with a DAO governance-style simple ERC20 vote, where for each NEAR or ETH or dollar they donate, they receive 1 vote. And here's where it gets fun. Not all of the money is initially given to the team, the founders. Only a small chunk, a parameter you can set, say 25%. And then the team commits to provide an update, a milestone, a checkpoint for the community, the backers, to then do a vote, which would allow them to either, in the best case scenario, release the next chunk of funds, or in the worst case scenario, recover however, what percent of the funds are still remaining. Up to 75, 80, 90% you can imagine. Would you, seriously, tell me, raise your hand if you would be a little more willing to donate to a project if you knew that if they completely walked off the face of the earth and you could get 90% of your money back, would that make it a little easier for you to donate? That is our key value proposition. We are relying completely on the idea that the founders want to be held accountable and the community wants this mechanism secured on chain to create an easier form of coordination that's a little more trustless. On the demo behind me, we've showcased our live on Aurora testnet app that has a create project functionality. You can upload pictures, set the various parameters I mentioned, and you can also explore the projects that are currently live, including ours if you'd like to donate. So, if you're thinking about fundraising either your next pet project or a nonprofit or some type of public good, we encourage you to consider our platform as a place that makes it that much easier for people to donate to you, and we hope increases the amount that you raise that much more. Thank you.
Any questions?
How do you make money?
We're thinking about implementing a protocol fee, something like 1% to 2% from projects that successfully raise. If it doesn't successfully raise to whatever its minimum was, we wouldn't want to take that. But for projects that raise, you know, Kickstarter easily goes for several million, so it only takes a few darlings on our platform to be able to sustain some development for a year.
do you see it's not being just for donation, but also for equity fundraisers?
This is something we have obviously had to talk about a lot behind the scenes, the fine line between donation and basically a SAFT, right? Like, is this ERC20 limited in scope to the initial funds, or does it then become a tokenomics platform where you're saying something like, this is 10% of initial supply, blah, blah, blah. Those are features that we've talked about, but frankly, we need to do more research with founders because tokenomics is extremely complicated, and it felt silly to pretend that we'd figure it out in our GUI, right? But we're open to that. We're thinking about it.
Yeah, the second part is much more complicated, especially with sourcing good projects who are actually seeking for this stuff. So in case you're aware of angel list model, there are specific people, syndicate leads, who are actually having these angels who are actually having the access to the projects who are seeking for funding, right? So it is not that simple to advertise your platform for them to come in. Yeah. So you might willing to consider introducing some additional roles in the platform for the people who are actually bringing projects in.
Such as like an accredited investor checkbox to like allow that type of thing?
It's just like angel investors to which, like Ilya, for example, right?
Yeah.
So
an angel, we all agree.
He heard 100 pitches during this conference, and he can bring these projects into your platform because nobody knows about.
A referral fee.
Yeah.
Sorry?
A referral fee.
Right. Oh,
Finder's
I see.
fee. Finder's fee.
Absolutely. Not that hard to implement, right? I think that's a wonderful idea. And I just wanted to mention if it was...
From both sides. Both bringing projects as well as bringing people who will donate or contribute.
And we haven't even talked token incentives, right? And that's intentional. But one thing I wanted to add is that we're playing more in the Gitcoin public goods funding space where it's... Let's give it up for Gitcoin. We're thinking about things like, matching pools, quadratic to improve just beyond linear investing. And I just wanted to mention that it's very common in the Gitcoin space that once a project has its sea legs, its funding has been out 6 months or whatever, that they retroactively airdrop to the people that funded them. So that sort of already exists tangential to us even if we don't handle it.
And that was the most entertaining pitch by now.
Thank you, Levan.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Now give us back the stage. Thank you so much. Aww. And the last project to pitch tonight on stage in front of our jury is X to Earn. Did I pronounce it right? Yeah, that's right. Here we go.
Hello. Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Who would like 1,000 NEAR as a reward? Right, we all love rewards. But who would like to write 1,000 lines of code for that reward? Anyone? Just like 2 people. That's exactly what we are trying to solve with X to Earn. We want to make it really simple for people to add rewards to their apps. The way we do it is that you create a rewards program on our dashboard. We deploy the subcontract for you on a sub-account, and then you can pay out the rewards using a JavaScript SDK. So I'll quickly take you through it. On the dashboard, I've just defined a program called NEARCON 2022. The reward is to win the hackathon, and the price, as you can see, is 0.5 NEAR, which can be paid out 10 times. Once I do this, it's live on my dashboard. I can add more programs. We deploy this as a smart contract on the chain. So as you can see, NEARCON 2022 has been deployed. And while paying it out, all I need to do is import an SDK, as you can see on line 1, and then just use the give rewards function to pay my users. The idea is to make it extremely simple for developers to start using rewards in their apps without having to worry about smart contract code, without having to worry about Web3 code, so that a lot more apps can be onboarded with rewards. So what we believe in, I think the first and foremost is that Web3 needs to feel like magic. It does not have to be so complicated. It does not have to be so many concepts floating around and being confused all the time. The second is rewards are the future of consumer apps. Rewards or incentives are going to align people like never before. And the third is always be truly decentralized. If you noticed, I did not mention an API key anywhere in my presentation. That's because we have none. Right? Everything works without an API key, so you truly own your contracts, you truly own your reward programs, and you could delete it anytime that you want to delete it. And above all, the most important thing that we believe in is that everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. Thank you.
Great timing. Any questions?
Yes, how are you going to prevent fraud?
How am I going to prevent?
Fraud, like people doing bad stuff to game the system.
So we ensure that only the program creator can trigger the give reward method on the subcontract. So we assert that the person who's sending the transaction is always the owner of the program. And on their app side, because they are putting the functions in their code, they're going to ensure that you only can trigger it once you have done an action and so forth.
So you do need, like as an application developer, you do need to set up a wallet and put a private key into your backend. So it's not API key, it's just a private key instead.
So the wallet, the user would have to connect the wallet.
Not the user, the developer.
The developer needs to connect to our app.
Yeah.
But that's just for creating the smart contract.
But when they call give reward, that's a transaction, right? So they need to sign it.
So at time they need to prove that they are truly the owner of the program, at which point we will basically verify whether they are the owner of the program or not.
With cryptography or with API keys?
With I think like the verified methods that we have already to sort of check who the sender is. So that's how we do it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Let's give another big round of applause of our 9 finalists of the pitching competition judges. You can have your conversation, and while you at it, you will have like 5-10 minutes to get on the main stage because you're late to everything. I'm so sorry. But while they have the conversation, we will actually have the opportunity to have an open mic, because I know that a lot of projects didn't have the opportunity to pitch here. So, yeah, right? You did pitch. So while the jury is talking backstage, please, if you want to pitch your project, 3 minutes or less, open mic. Here you go. Oh, who goes the first? There you go.
Hello. We don't have presentation, as I understand. Yep.
No presentation.
Okay. So it will be shortly. So. We built loyalty programs for SMEs, small medium entrepreneurs. It's a real business and it's a real request from businesses, and you can try it out in brewery here. So when you pay by card, by Near, whatever, you get a QR code with cashback that's set it up by business. The point is here that any business can join it and prepaid for example, $100 and $200 and try it out. So we have integrated already in terminals, and it works. The point is here that in Europe, it's a huge market of these loyalty programs. It's 38 billion per year, and it grows like 5% per year. It's really like real business that Near could integrate. So yeah, also the technical point is here that we don't lock our money when we generate a QR code. So only when user claims their money, we lock them. And it's kind of mass adoption because user can buy something, for example, and then scan QR code, and he creates an account. You understand? So it's easiest. Yes, and near cash. Let's try out here. Thank you.
Slides. Goodness and bravery. Great job. Anyone else? There you go. We will host 2 more pitches, and then we will have the judges announce the winner.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Beautiful people in the crowd. What's up? I'm Russ. Chief Vibe Officer at 40 Acres DAO and co-founder. This is my brother, Ugo.
I'm Ugo, pioneer. I've been with 40 Acres DAO since the beginning. And here we're going to tell you guys about some of the things that we're doing out here. I think it's extremely revolutionary what we're doing. We have mad use cases, and we're going to go ahead and tell you guys about that now.
Yeah. So 40 Acres DAO is a professional resource collective focused on onboarding more people of color into the Web3 space through 3 things, okay? I want y'all to remember this. It's called E-Cubed. educate, empower, and engage. Because right now, a lot of us are cognizant of what's happening in Web3, but there's a ton of people outside that have no idea what a smart contract is. And we need culturally relevant education to help people understand that, because it's going over people's heads. So what we do is bridge the IRL with the URL through the education aspect and just kind of help people understand it, right? And we also have a super cool initiative called the Uhuru Force, which is a nonprofit, and I'll let Ugo talk about it.
Yeah, so at our DAO, we kind of take a guild approach where we have different initiatives between each guild, and our main approach is centered around the commons, right? A common goal of the only way forward is together, because I don't know whether y'all understand, but a lot of my community has been left behind in this innovation. So when people are looking for use cases, you're looking in the wrong place, right? So with our Uhuru Force guild, what we did was that we picked 7 previously slave-dense populations within the south of the United States. And the way that we picked those 7 cities is that we noticed that not only are these places resource deserts, but they also, if you look at just the data behind it, education is lacking there. People don't even have access to books and laptops. So one thing that we're doing right now is that we're actually in Gitcoin's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion round, helping to get people free laptops, free books, and incentivize NFT education to where that they can easily be onboarded into a place that feels more like home. Because I know it was extremely hard for people, you know, that look like me, that look like us, to come in here and feel welcomed, which, you know, a lot of the times it's not everybody's fault. We just got to understand that it has to be built, and it has to be built with intention. So that's what we're doing here.
Last thing, real quick before you give us applause, appreciate that. We do have a Gitcoin grant active right now, as Derek was talking about. It's $1 in a dream. I know everybody got $1 in their wallet right now, and because if you donate $1 to our grant, we get $96. So we would really appreciate it. It's called 40 Acres DAO.
Great job. Thank you so much. And the last team to pitch today on this. Oh, that's probably not the last team. How can I say no to that? Okay,
so we will hold it really short. Maybe you can do it. 30 seconds, okay? So we are building a platform where you can own, trade, govern, and crowdfund exclusive items, fractionalized items like Ferraris. Who in this room has a Ferrari? One? You have a Ferrari? You want one? He's giving Ferraris. So if you want one, come see us, and we will all make it possible to own everything you want, hassle-free, because we do the maintenance, the storage, and the insurance, and you can own whatever you want on our platform.
There you go. 5 more minutes, guys. So if you, all of you, take 30 seconds to pitch, that would be, that's not yours.
I'm John Stokes with Space DAO. We're democratizing access to space and bringing space launch to Wyoming. First space-based DAO LLC using their business designation framework. What we're working on here at the hackathon is a concept we define as liquid membership mechanism to opt in and out of our organization by purchasing our membership NFT, and it automatically adds you to our DAO by submitting a proposal to the Sputnik contract. We're tentatively launching our membership program on September 21st to raise the funds we need to bring space launch to Wyoming. It's a really ambitious project, and I hope you all join us on this journey. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rafael from HackerChain. Basically, what happens on blockchain today is that every transaction is on public ledger, so anyone can see what happens on blockchain. So we have decided to work in a protocol that will help to enhance privacy on top of blockchain, because we cannot talk about cutting-edge technology such as DeFi when the system behind it, the blockchain, is actually worse than the traditional system in terms of privacy. So our team has been working in building some ZK technology infrastructure for NEAR. We have some OpenLib on our GitHub in case you want to use, but we have focused on using this infrastructure to build a private transactions protocol on top of NEAR, a mixer. And basically what it does is that I can deposit funds on Higher Cash, which is the name of our mixer, and these funds can be withdrawn using a ZK proof without being trackable to the original depositor. And some of you might be asking if we can get the same destiny that Tornado Cash has, but they actually were sanctioned by the government of the United States because they were enabling bad actors from interacting to it, such as people using using it to launder money and to finance terrorism. So what we need to do is to prevent these bad actors from interacting to our protocol. And so we have created a blacklist, whitelist mechanism. So only whitelisted accounts that got authorized by our partners will be able to interact to the protocol, and blacklisted accountants won't be able to interact to it. This is basically what we have built. We have a full functional app on testnet working. You guys can test it and with deposit and withdraw funds on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can find the links to the project's speech, pass the microphone, suitably fast, in the hackers chat. So just don't miss them. If you like them, subscribe.
Yo, I'm Robert, and here is Noak. We are building human classes. So raise a hand if the following rings a bell for you. Identity, soulbound tokens, human, proof of humanity, uniqueness, non-fungible, non-transferable tokens. Hey, I was supposing to see a lot of hands here because the use cases are immersed, and Noak will tell you about the proof of humanity, why it's so important.
So why don't we have UBI, Universal Basic Income, on Near blockchain? Why don't we have one person, one vote on Near blockchain? Why don't we have learn to earn on the blockchain? Why don't we have fair ICOs and fair airdrops on the blockchain? All have the same answer, the same question, the same answer, and it's civil attacks. And how do you prevent civil attacks? You have proof of personhood on the blockchain. We can solve it. We have solved it. Other protocols have solved it as well, but it's not on Near yet. And how does soulbound tokens solve that?
Yes, thanks, Noak. So we created an interface and proposed a standard for soulbound tokens, which can represent kind of a badge, yes, which can add up then to various classes, which can define that what kind of human you are, right? Like, is it like a unique human?
10 seconds.
Oh, okay. Right, so anyway, follow us up. We created an app proposal for standardizing the interface so different protocols can query or register the classes. And yeah, we can have basically a network of classes which could define us as a human. And with that, implement UBI, implement fair airdrops, implement fair financial protocols.
And there you go. Please give me back the mic. So we actually have 3 people who really want to go back on stage. So please welcome them. No, I'm sorry. No more. OK. Just a moment. Come back, the judges. So let's see who wins 10K for the best speech tonight. Who's going to announce it?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, we had a very kind of extensive search in our souls to find who's... No, I mean, there's a lot of really great presentations. I mean, I think this, obviously, like, there's been, what, 93 submissions, right?
98.
98 submissions, which is amazing, to be clear.
Congrats.
So, yeah, I mean... And, like, all top 10 projects, I mean, as you saw, were really cool. I mean, they're trying to solve problems. They have kind of some solution that you can use, you can try, and I'm excited to see all of them live, to be clear. But I think given our goals on sustainability, given our focus on kind of to bring better experience to the user, we found that Pomegranate is indeed the top project.
Go. Woohoo! Bravo!
Anyway.
Wow.
Good job.
All right. So appreciate everyone, and I hope to see all of your applications live on mainnet in a couple hours, right? So yeah, thanks, and see you in the closing remarks.
Thank you. Congrats.